So good morning, everyone. Well, not everyone. Some people are sleeping, I believe. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's dinner. So for today, we have another entertainment thing, the river cruise. As you know, there are some places still, so you can join. I also I noticed this time I would like to thank the speakers who really follow the schedule. There's no control from outside. So when you have to finish, but the speakers really follow the schedule. Thank you very much for that. So today, this day will be opened with the keynote from Jonathan, well, about Perl 6. Oh, Camilla, is it? And I don't know if we have enough places for lightning talks. Jeffrey, are you here? Not yet. So if there are some places, please submit lightning talks so that we can have another entertainment session of lightning talks in the evening. And yeah, basically we will start now, but before that, Hauke will make an announcement. So enjoy the conference.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
We ready? Good morning, everybody. I'm Jonathan. Hello. Hello. I also enjoyed the conference last night, but here I am by the power of coffee. I do Perl 6 stuff. Most relevant to this talk, I've been pretty involved in the concurrency design of Perl 6. Not so much the syntax, much more the semantics, but I'm to blame for a little bit of the syntax too. I founded MoreVM, which is the runtime that we typically, most people are running Perl 6 on. I still play the architect role there. If you came to my talk on Wednesday, then I talked a lot about the optimization works that I do there. And I work on the Rakudo compiler now and then as well. There was some time when I was the top committer there, and happily since then other people have taken up that mantle. So that's very nice. I always like it when people take work off me. And when I'm, or along with doing that, I work at a company called Edgement, and they're originally based in Sweden, but I lead the Prague office of Edgement, where I mostly work on developer tooling and consulting and compiler-related things. And at Edgement, we're building a couple of Perl 6 things as well. Crow is a set of tools and libraries for building distributed systems. We'll talk about it a little bit more today. And also Comma, which is integrated development environment for Perl 6. And if that sounds exciting, then there's shiny leaflets on the table outside. So, today, I want to talk to you about three things. First, I want to talk to you about the essence of Perl 6 concurrency. and to try and distill it down to the underlying principles, some of the key mechanisms that are at work. And then once you have an idea of what all of this is, I'm going to talk about the application of Perl 6 concurrency, and I'm very grateful to one of my customers who have allowed me to today talk a bit about an application that we've been building for them in Perl 6. And that application has made some quite good use of the parallelism and concurrency support in Perl 6. So it's going to be interesting to share a case story from a case study from a real application that I've been developing using this, and that's very exciting to be able to share. And then we'll finish up with just a few short words on where I think we're going next, because we don't stand still. We try to keep moving and making things better and better. Okay, so what's the essence of Perl 6 concurrency? You know, for me, really, it's the essence of being a Perlish language itself. Whatever we end up resulting in with the naming discussion, there'll still always be a sense that Perl 6 or Camellia, whatever, maybe we should just call it whatever, is, I'm joking. Call it star, yeah. But whatever happens there, we have some shared legacy of some key ideas, and that I think have played a very important role in all the Perls and all the languages of this family. So a Perlish language is proudly multi-paradigm. This is really important when we come to concurrency and parallelism, because we need different tools when we do different things. As the saying goes, if the only tool you have is a screwdriver, everything is pretty screwed. Concurrency is interesting. Actually, the etymology of concurrency is brilliant. Because in some languages, concurrency has come to mean doing multiple things at the same time, and in other languages, it went and took sort of a little diversion, and it means like competition between things, and the etymology has both. And what's really nice is that perfectly captures what's going on. Concurrency is about multiple different things going on, and they're normally competing over the same resources, and we need to try and bring some order out of that chaos. Concurrency is interesting because we don't really get to choose it. It chooses us. We don't say, my web application is not going to be concurrent. People will nicely queue up and make a request to it one at a time. They won't. Or we're building the airport check-in system, and no, two people won't both go for the seat with the lots of legroom at the same time. That'll never happen. Oh yes, it will. This is something that's on us to deal with. So we need tools that help us model the concurrent problem domain. This is a modeling level problem, and then we sort of try to implement a solution that encompasses our model of how we cope with those things. Then we have parallelism. Parallelism is very, very different, because we choose it. We say, this thing takes too long. So what if we try to use multi-core hardware, CPUs with many cores that can do many things at once, in order to reduce the amount of time that we spend? So concurrency is part of the problem domain, and parallelism is part of the solution domain. So with parallelism, we kind of already have a solution. We just want to twiddle it enough to get it to run in parallel. They also have some quite different properties on correctness. Correctness with concurrency is horrible. It's domain specific. I can build something that looks very similar for two different systems in two different problem domains, and in one of them it can be a completely acceptable solution, and in another it can be a wildly wrong solution. Simply because it's the requirements on the system that determine whether it's correct. With parallelism, it's much easier. We already have an idea of what the answer is, and what we need is something that produces an equivalent result. That doesn't mean it has to be identical. So maybe in some problems, if we're searching for something and there's two solutions, which one of the two we find first doesn't really matter. Or perhaps if we're producing results, the order maybe doesn't matter for them to be equivalent. It depends. But overall, we can say that correctness is quite easy with parallelism because it's just equivalent results to the serial thing. So we need different tools for these. And even within them, there's more than one way to do it. There's different kinds of parallelism. So for example, if I look at my code, and my code is structurally doing one thing and then another thing, and the things are independent, we'll just do them at the same time. Maybe we'll cut the time close to half. On other situations, I might have something that looks like a loop, or a map, or a grep. And I say, okay, let's this time break the data up. And we break it up into batches, and we distribute the batches over the different cores. So this time, structurally, our program looks like a loop, and we just want to parallelize the loop. You can see that those are kind of different, and we want a different tool to do them. A tool that's good at the first could probably be pretty clumsy for the second. And concurrency is the same story. As I said, it's a modeling thing. How do I want to model my system? How can I look at the problem that I'm solving and map it into something that is nice to solve? Maybe object orientation will be useful. Maybe I'd like some concurrent objects where I do method calls on them, and the object has some kind of automatic protection that means only one of these calls happens at a time. So, each call takes the object from one good state into another good state. That's one way of looking at it, but sometimes, actually, it's much nicer to look at concurrent problems as event processing. Events are great because you can't argue with them. An event says, this thing happened, and all you get to do is react. And you just say, okay, this happened, this happened, this happened. We write an event processor that takes them and maybe has some current state of the world, maybe spits out its own events for downstream event processors to do. They're very different ways of looking at things, and they're both extremely useful. But again, they're different. And Perl provides for all of these and some more besides. Next, and I think this is really important, a Perlish language makes the easy things easy. Let's look at some code and see if that's the case with Perl 6 and concurrency. So here we start of an application, and we want to load some input, and we want to load some configuration file. And excuse the structuring, so it's easy to turn it into the parallel version, but I'm just doing a list assignment here, and then I'm saying load this YAML by slurping this file and pass the YAML. Here we just do some JSON. So how hard is it to turn this into a parallel program and do these two at once? It's that. We just say start, and start this, and that starts them off. It throws them off onto a thread pool, gets them going in parallel, and they both produce an object called a promise. And the promise is a way of saying, well, we promise to have a result in the future. Either success or maybe an exception. And await is a way of saying, actually I want to wait for this. And in Perl 6 you can give await a list of promises, and it will give you back a list of the results, which is pretty convenient. If you excuse me, a slightly geeky one. Search for the first 100 palindromic primes. Okay, that's a prime number where if you flip the digits around, then it's the same number. They seem to come in bunches, it's kind of curious. So here we take the whole infinite range of positive numbers, which somehow magically fits in memory. Oh, okay, I shouldn't stand there. And then we grep out those to the prime, and where the number is equal to the flip of itself. And then we take 100 of them. And I ran this on my desktop at home, and it ran for about 16 seconds. And I said, okay, that's a long time to wait. What if I use all the cores? So I stuck this in. I said, batch them up into groups of 512 numbers, throw them onto 6 different CPU cores, and then it ran in about 3 seconds, which was kind of nicer. I wrote a cache class, as you do, and then I want to use it from multiple threads. So what I'd like is that when I add something or when I take something out, I mean, this is very simple logic here, but you can imagine it being a little more involved. And I say, well, I'd really like to have some locking around each of these methods. But of course, if I do that manually, and then I come and add another method in the future, I'm probably going to forget to add the locking. Thankfully, though, there's a way to solve that. We use a module called OOmonitors, and then we just change class for monitor, and we have automatic locking. Not bad. I want to write a script that actually runs other scripts for me. And whenever I edit the script that I'm working on, it stops any instance of it that's running and it starts it again. So I want to watch files, or watch a file, and when the file changes, then stop it if it's running and rerun it. So for this we'll use a construct called React. And React is a way to write essentially something that processes events and does side effects as a result of them. I'm going to have a variable that says what is the current process that I'm running. And I'm going to say whenever. And I'm going to take the script, which is an IO path object in this case, and I'm going to say watch. And watch starts a file watcher. And it gives me a stream of events whenever the file changes. Now, if you've ever worked with file system events, you'll know it's horrible. Because, you change the file once and it says, oh, have 3 events. And then you change it again and it says, oh, you can have just 2 this time. It's great fun. Anyway, we'll just use unique so we only get 1 event per second for that file. It's kind of interesting that unique, you normally just use it to filter on the value. But in Perl 6, you can, with the supply, because it's asynchronous and because these are happening over time, you can do it based on time as well. And then the script change, so we kill any current process we have. That with is like an if defined, which sets the topic. And then we start a new process. We then say, well, if the process gets done, it terminates before we kill it. Just clear out that variable. That's it. That's how we can deal with processing asynchronous events. I think that's relatively easy. It also makes the hard things possible. So as well as all the nice high-level things that I encourage you to use, if you need them, you can get access to operating system level threads, locks. We even put the CPU-backed atomic operations, which means we can implement things like lock-free data structures in pure Perl 6. Most of the time, don't use these. Unless you're the person implementing, the next exciting concurrent data structure, or new parallelism paradigm, or concurrency paradigm for Perl 6, in which case, there they are. The Polish language offers whip-up ability. The idea that we see a problem and we say, I need to solve that quickly, and then we go and find some nice, neat solution to it. That means that we're normally taking existing components and trying to stick them together. And we can only do that if there's some common interface between them, if they can talk to each other in some good way. In Perl 6, we, from the very start, have had a couple of types that are all about asynchronous data. We have promise, which is for a single asynchronous value that is produced by some operation, any operation. It could be code, it could be based on time, it could be based on some network operation. Doesn't matter. It's a common interface for something that produces a value at some time in the future. And then we have supply for things that produce a stream of asynchronous values over time. And just to give you a sense of how useful supply is, all of these things in Perl 6 are modeled as supply. So packets coming over the network. It's a stream of asynchronous things arriving. Those can be processed into a stream of WebSocket messages. Or if we're sending the WebSocket messages, vice versa. The file system notifications you just saw. Or outputs from a child process, user interface events, timer ticks, domain events, where we say, oh, this exciting thing happened in our application. All of them can be modeled with supply, and that means that we can write logic that deals with multiple of them at once as well. That's a great unification. A Polish language will torture the language implementer for the sake of the language user, and oh god, don't I know it. That's, I guess, a diagram of, sort of what my eyes look like after trying to solve some problems. It also says MN. This is the idea that we have M high-level tasks scheduled over N OS-level threads, where that's many of them, and really that's like about the number of CPU cores we have. So we could have, thousands of things going on concurrently, and just juggle them over a small number of threads, so the operating system doesn't have too much to juggle, the garbage collector doesn't have too much to synchronize, and everyone is happy. So we have await, which you saw before. And await really just means, well, suspend the current high-level task we're working on until the thing, or in some cases, many things that it needs become available. If you've, who's worked in another language that gives you await? JavaScript or ES6? Did you, sorry? Erlang, yeah. Did you spot something missing in my example earlier? Where's the async? Because we all love refactoring our code so that we can have all of the callers be async, right? No, we don't. In Perl 6 there's no async. You just await. And it says, okay, I'll just take the whole stack, save it somewhere, and when we get back to this task, we'll just schedule it somewhere and continue running it. That's decidedly harder to implement, but it's definitely a lot nicer to use. A Polish language also helps us to do the right thing. So earlier I showed you that React syntax, and we also have a syntax called supply. And that is when you want to process events, but you want to produce a new stream of events as a result. And you say, well, what does that really give us? It's syntax. Yeah, it's pretty. It's kind of nice that when you're writing code processing an iterable sequence, you can do a map, but you can also do a for loop. And maybe whenever is a little bit like, the asynchronous equivalent of for loop. In fact, it does really work like a loop construct. But what's important here is not really the syntax, it's the semantics. Because let's just consider how this code can behave and how things can go wrong. So let's explain what it does first. It's called timeout. We take a source sequence of asynchronous events, and we take a timeout, which is some real number of seconds. We say supply, and that means we're going to produce a new stream of events. And at first, supply does nothing. It actually does nothing until something actually turns on the stream. And we say whenever this source that we're applying the timeout to produces an event, just emit it. And on the last time that it does that, when we reach the end of the asynchronous data source, and there's no more data, we're done. And done means, we don't actually have to do anything more. We convey that this sequence has reached an end. That is the sequence we're producing here. And then we also set up the timeout. So we say whenever this promise in this number of seconds is kept, just throw this timeout exception. So basically, pass on the events. If we see the end of them, we're done. And if the timeout happens before, throw an exception. And that's an asynchronous exception that will be passed on to whatever is consuming the data here that we're processing. Now, there's so many things that if you were writing this without the supply whenever syntax, you'd have to think about. For example, when we subscribe to an asynchronous data source, we go and we register some kind of, fundamentally some kind of callback, and that can acquire some kind of resource, and we need to release the resource. You've maybe debugged something before where you had event handlers and you set them up and you didn't release them, and then it leaked. Not very good fun. So if the data source completes, then we've reached the end of that, but we want to cancel this timeout. That just happens automatically for us. Vice versa. Maybe we're holding some resource producing this source of data. If we hit the timeout, then we want to close and unsubscribe from this. So we turn off the source of data. Again, it just happens. What happens if this underlying source of data here throws an exception? It will automatically be passed on, and we'll cancel this timer as well, because it's not needed anymore. It just happens. What if the thing that is interested in the data we're producing loses interest and unsubscribes from us? Well, we'll automatically unsubscribe from these data sources as well. Doesn't matter terribly much for this example, but there's also automatic concurrency control. This can be delivering events to us on one thread. The timer can fire on another thread, but we can trust that we'll only be in one whenever block in here at a time. We have automatic concurrency control there. That's a lot of things, a lot of bookkeeping taken care for us by a relatively small amount of syntax. The syntax design here is kind of nice, but the semantic design here is even nicer. Even if we remembered to do all of those, it would be a lot of boilerplate. Instead, we just do the right thing. So, I hope that has given you a feel for the essence of the PERL-6 concurrency and parallelism model. What I want to do now is move on to talking about the application of PERL-6 concurrency and share with you some of the things that I've been working on for one of my customers over the last year. The application is called Easy. What is Easy? So if you have insurance companies or reinsurance companies or undertakings, they have to calculate for the European regulator some standard formula. And when I say a formula, I mean this absolutely gigantic thing. I'll tell you how big it is soon, but it is an enormous calculation. And that's to demonstrate that they're solvent. And then they have to take this calculation and they have to report it to the European Supervision Agency or Authority, and that is done with something called XBRL, which is basically a massive load of XML that contains all of the data and the calculation results. That's kind of interesting-ish, I guess. Now, this calculation is very involved, and it changes over time, and that is not something that we really know about and have implemented. In fact, something that mathematicians at our client are working at. And so they can do that, we built something called EasyLang. EasyLang is a pure functional language that is not Turing complete. Yay. Which means that we can reason about it. And fundamentally, it means that the entire calculation forms a directed acyclic graph. That means that we can very easily answer questions like when the supervisory agency comes along and says, you have this number, where did the values come from? We can look at the graph and we can say, oh, they came from here, here, and here. This is the input data that produced them. If we change this input data, what does it affect downstream? Oh, well, it affects this, this, and this in the graph. So that's kind of neat, and the syntax for that is inspired by Perl 6. It's almost a subset, a very tiny subset for writing these formulas. And EasyLang was easy. We pass it with a Perl 6 grammar, which produces a tree, which we walk to evaluate the expression. Perl 6 is really, really good at this stuff. But that's actually not what I want to talk about today. Well, I kind of did, so I just talked about it. But okay. The architecture of Easy is actually, in terms of the high-level picture, pretty standard. There's a back-end application, and that's written in Perl 6. We use Crow to expose a HTTP API, plus serve some static files. And then we have quite a lot of components in there. And I'll just mention two of them, the main ones that I want to talk a bit about today. We have a versioned input storage. So whenever somebody changes a value in this, for audit purposes, we need to know the full history of that and who changed it and so forth. There's also a whole load of sign-off stuff where there's a 4 eyes principle, so different people have to sign off on the data. And then we have something called a live data set. And as the values get changed and the inputs get changed, we have to live recalculate the changes in the results. And we use the graph to know what we have to recalculate. Then there's the front end, which is written in JavaScript. I don't need to say very much about that. And these communicate over HTTP, and we have a WebSocket where whenever the calculation result changes, even if another user did that change, then the WebSocket will send out notifications to the front end, which will then reflect them. So we use Crow for the web socket and HTTP part of this. Crow has worked pretty nicely. These days it also has things for writing tests, so we could test all of our root handlers. That's pretty nice. This has worked pretty well. Crow itself is built upon the supply model. So we have a set of TCP packets coming in over the network, and then we feed them into a Crow HTTP request parser, which spits out a supply of HTTP requests to process. And then we process them, and we have a supply of responses, and the responses go into a thing that serializes the responses and spits out a bunch of TCP packets. And that's basically all that Crow does. Well, okay, to hand wave a lot. So we have all of these nice things. WebSocket support, reactive middleware. So when you write middleware, I mean you're just processing a supply of requests or a supply of responses. That's kind of neat. And it also has integration with a module called log timeline, which is something that I built fairly recently. And log timeline lets us build tools that let us get insight into the processing pipeline. So I can see things like this. Okay? This is, we have request processing. And I can look at this and I can immediately see that we have up to 6 requests being processed in parallel there. The lanes of the same color are showing us things that happen in parallel. And you can notice that I can drill down into it. I can also see what each of these are. We can log some metadata. So Crow here logs which URL is this. I'm very curious about this request. Why is it taking so long? What in the pipeline causes it? And so we drill down and we see something like this. And you can see for each request, we have these breakdown of the different steps, and we can say, oh, actually, it's this bit of request middleware that is eating all the time on that request, or eating most of the time, like 80% or more. So this is kind of nice, and you can see that we have the breakdown for each of the parallel requests as well. So there's quite a lot of information in there to help us understand the asynchronous flow of application. But I didn't just build this so we could visualize HTTP pipelines, though it's very nice for doing that. But so that we... oh yes, okay, you can see the cost of each stage. I did it so that you can visualize your own asynchronous, concurrent, and parallel applications in Perl 6 Word. And this was more useful than I could have imagined. It actually taught me things about the application I was working on that I hadn't really realized before. So let me talk a bit about the model, because the model is the thing the mathematicians are working on. They take the European regulations, they turn them into lots of formulas, and we load this at application startup, but when they're developing the model, we also have to live reload it on changes. And so the time it takes to load this model is kind of important. I mean, it's not like it's every single request we load the model, but if you're developing it and you had to wait around for a couple of minutes for it, this would not be pleasant. How big is the model and what is in it? The model consists of 330 modules, which together are about 100,000 lines of YAML. Inside of that YAML, there's all kinds of configuration of the model, of the inputs that are required, of what types they are, of the kind of components they need, of the translation key for the text to put on the user interface for them, and also the formulas. There's about 4,000 formulas in this model, the current one, which correspond to 25,000 lines of EasyLang. So basically, I wrote the compiler for this language, and its first real program is 25,000 lines long, which is okay, fine. This is actually more code than Easy itself. Yeah. Now, of course, we're doing pretty interesting stuff here. So there has to be some Excel. There's 64 Excel documents. And these are based on legal requirements from the supervisory authority they provided. And we have to pull all sorts of data out of those Excel documents, including doing really, really fun things. Like we have these layouts where they have tables in them. And like there's grids of tables and tables of tables, and we have to extract them and figure out that this bit of data goes with this here and this here. And the rules are crazy, so it's great fun. And parsing Excel like that is not very fast. So what we actually do is get all of the data out, and just so you can see how big the Excel file is, it's like 7 megabytes worth of JSON just for the bits we need. Which we pull out and we dump so we don't have to do all the Excel stuff every application startup. And what else do we have? Okay, yeah, of course, there should be some CSV in every good project as well. Not very much of that, only 5,500 lines, that's fine. And then we have some PO files with translation keys, and I think these are not entirely complete yet, so there should be a lot more than 2,000 translations, but okay, that's what we have. So that's the model. It's we're not quite big data here, but we're not exactly trivial either. And model loading, as the model grew, because it started small, and it grew, and it became long enough to be annoying. And we're really busy implementing lots of features, and they said, well, this is, it takes a bit too long. Is there anything you can quickly do about it? So we can develop the model faster, because it was getting up towards 50 seconds or a minute. That's too long. And I said, okay, can we parallelize this? Is there some opportunity to use parallelism to do better? So whenever you do this, the first thing you have to do is look at the data dependencies. And just to tell you, this green thing at the top is the overall load time, and then we break it down, and we have to load some things called parameters. We have to load some layouts. This section here, with the blue and the purple, is loading modules and compiling modules. And then there's this little phase at the end called check. And the check phase is basically the link phase, where we take all of the different modules that we've loaded, and we check all of the references between them, and make sure that we don't have references to formulas that don't exist, and if we do, we complain. And actually, that is the only phase that really needs all of the information. The modules we load independently and compile independently. So those we could really do some parallelism on, some data parallelism, I guess, on those, and that's an opportunity. And actually, it's not until that check phase at the end where we need to check that they don't reference parameters and layouts that don't exist. So this looks pretty promising. So I said, okay, what we're doing is we're doing the same operation on many things. We are loading many of these modules and compiling them. This is a data parallel problem. So, okay, here's the code that loads the modules. So we take them, we grep out from the directory in all the YAML files. We then map them. Now this easy log thing here is actually from log timeline. And let's just get rid of it so we can see this code a little bit better. So here we have the loading. And can we make it parallel? Okay. Well, we want to just do the grepping out of those. That's really cheap. We don't need to distribute that. But remember hyper or race? Yeah? There we are. Just stick that in. Now when you do this, you have to be careful because we have this thing called problems. And the problems is a class which basically just collects together all of the problems. I think there's a little bit more to it than that, but that's simplified what it is. And we could potentially have some data race on that errors. So how do we solve this one? Make it the monitor. Make it the monitor. Solved. So I did this, and I reran my shiny visualizer, and it looks like this. Oh yes. Who wants this? Yeah. I'll tell you where. It's freely available. Okay. So it took 30% of the time it used to, and I was pretty happy with that. That seemed kind of nice, especially because it only cost like 1 or 2 lines of code to change, which that makes me happy. Of course, it cost that because I designed the thing fairly well in the first place. But if you ask a compiler person to solve a compiler problem, then they probably should be doing a good job. You can actually see, by the way, the number of lanes tells you the parallelism degree in these diagrams. So it's kind of nice. So we're doing up to 6 in parallel. Big improvement. But I wasn't completely satisfied because I thought, well, maybe there's a bit more we can do as well. Because these two, and actually all of these, don't depend on each other. The parameters and the layouts and the modules, we only actually need them for that check phase right over there. So we could do task parallelism here. We could just start all of these and let them all get on with it and then pull them together to construct the model object and do the check. So I took this and I said, let's load this asynchronously. So we'll stick a start expression in there, and we'll then get back a promise, and later we can await it. What's wrong with this? Sorry? There are no comments. Come on, I named it all beautifully, man. No, that's not a very big problem for here. That's not the big problem. Exceptions? No. If there's an exception, then the promise will be broken and it'll get handled. No, I'm going to wait it later because I want to set more things off. Okay? Laziness. Oh, laziness. Okay, so what will happen is, map is lazy. So we'll quite quickly keep this promise, but we won't have really done the work. So, yeah. So this is just, look out for this if you're doing this kind of thing, and all you need to do is stick an eager on there. Okay, laziness is great apart from when you actually want the stuff done. So, okay. And then we applied the same solution to the parameters and to the layouts. That was pretty easy. Notice that this problems thing gets passed, but we already fixed that, so we're all good. And then at the end, when we go and create the model object, we just await all the things, and there we go. We have those loaded in parallel too. So I did this, and I excitedly plotted my my diagram again, and look at that. Yeah. Task parallelism and data parallelism all together. Very exciting. Could a little bit more time off it. I mean, we're getting to the point where we're doing a lot of contention over resources at this point, so it's an improvement. But when I was looking at this, I thought I was done, and I was just looking at this diagram, and sometimes you just spot something. Does anyone spot anything interesting? Let's look at this part. Yeah, here we have a huge module that takes quite a lot of time, and it's being loaded at the end. And then we compile it. That doesn't take very long. So I've got all these nice shiny CPU cores, and one of them is like, oh, do stuff, and the others are just like, oh, rest at last. I want them to work. So yeah, someone actually came up with the complete hack solution that I did for this. You just take that, and in here sort by file size descending. Yeah. Total hack. Completely worked. So by now we were down to 20% of the time, and I'd spent not very long on this at all, and the customer was happy, and we could get back to features. And I actually haven't had to revisit this again since then. So that's nice. So the parallelism was very helpful for that, but as I say, parallelism, it gives us it's in the solution domain. It gives us a better solution to something we already really solved, just we're faster now. But PERL6 is good at concurrency too. And concurrency, as I said, is much more a design level thing. And we had to implement these live calculations. So we have data sets, and a data set is a set of inputs that we use in order to then calculate all the formulas. And there's about 250,000 inputs in the current test data set that we're working through. Probably a real one is a little bit bigger, but again, it's not that small. And we actually pull all of this into memory. So we can do these live data sets, because it's a big data set, but it's again, we're not doing big data here. It's not small, but it's big enough. So what happens when you change an input? We do a HTTP post, which goes off to a crow root handler. And it shoves it into a database. Okay, and that's pretty boring so far. But it also makes an event. And it emits that event, and that goes into a propagation queue. Because doing the recalculation might take a bit of time, so at this point everything is asynchronous. The HTTP request is completed, we send a response back off, and the event is sat in a propagation queue. And then we emit an object which is a batch of changes into the live dataset. And the live dataset looks at these changes and looks at the graph of the calculation and figures out which bits of the calculation or which modules in the calculation have to change. And the live dataset spits out another event. And that's also on a supply. And then the WebSocket handler is subscribed to that supply. and it spits out a WebSocket message. And that's the cycle of input processing. And we get a nice bit of batching here, which is quite helpful. So here's how it looks in the graph. So here, this little blue bit here is the HTTP request. So here we have the HTTP request, we run the handler, and then we're making the response. And the handler, as part of it, emits the event. And that's where the recalculation comes into effect. The propagator says, let's recalculate. And each of those things there is a module that we recalculate, the alternating shades of blue different modules. So that runs in the background. The HTTP request completes nice and quickly. The user is happy. And later we get the updated calculation. Notice that actually the time scale along here, I mean, this is all well less than 1 second worth of time on this graph. It's sub-second there. But still, it's good that we can respond to this in, very little time. So let me show you a little bit of the code from this, and the live data set is pretty involved. There's all kinds of things going on in there, but fundamentally this is what's going on. We have the data set, we have a supply, which is the source of input events that we need to process, that is change notifications from the input store. And then we have a supply of changes, which is the events where the live data set said this value changed. And what we do in this object is we start a reactor. And the reactor takes this data source, that's a supply, and you can actually, just like you can take an iterable thing, like lines from a file, or an array, and grep it, you can also grep live data that is being pushed. So the data flow here is that we emit an event and we push it through the grep, and if it matches, then we push it into this whatever. And then we look at it and we do the calculation. And somewhere deep in the calculation, we've calculated a module and we might have some formula changes. And if we do, then we emit an easy live dataset change object, which carries details of what just changed. Back over in the root handler, this is the crow code for setting up the WebSocket. So we get a request to this URI, that is /easy/setup WebSocket. Crow is kind of neat in that it uses Perl 6 signatures to do its dispatching. And what it actually does, because as always, if you give a compiler geek a problem, they write a compiler, is it goes and introspects all the signatures of your roots, and then it compiles it into a regex, which uses the NFA matching from the regex. So you actually get longest token matching semantics over your URLs, which means that you can actually reorder things and they behave as if you hadn't, because it picks the longest route that it can. So then we take the current user, we have the application here, and we say, well, with this user, get the current application state. And then we say, well, actually, we're going to make a WebSocket. We're going to upgrade this GET request to a WebSocket connection. And when we do that, we get an incoming supply, which is a supply of WebSocket events that are coming to us. We don't actually have any in here. And we return a supply, and Crow will subscribe to that, and anything that we emit on this supply, it will automatically send over the network as JSON to the browser. So all I have to do in here is obtain the live dataset for the particular dataset we're looking at, and say whenever there's a change, take it, turn it into JSON, and emit it. We're done. That was pretty easy to wire up. There's actually a little bit more going on in the real code, but again, this is the essence of what is happening. This is copy paste and delete a few extra conceptual things that don't matter here. We also did some extra bits. We data parallelized calculations of modules where they have many instances. So we have some of those 300 or whatever modules, a multi-instance. So you have many instances of the module. And when there's thousands of them, you can speed up the calculation by throwing it over multiple cores. It's just another dot race somewhere. We also use channels. So there's a few times where you have the live data set, and it's recalculating things, but we also want to ask it to do some other calculation. We have a formula tester where you can just run any formula. And you can imagine it would be pretty bad if it's in the middle of recalculating, and then you try to use some of the data and you get a halfway state. It would be very confusing. So we actually send those to the live data set, and because it's written using a React block, then it only is in one whenever message handler at a time, so we know that if it is handling an evaluation request, then it will not currently be recalculating, by definition. So we get quite a lot out of that as well. I think Perl 6 has worked out very well for this. What I wasn't told before I started working on this is that the application we were replacing had performance problems. Notable ones. And our design is much faster. It's being written in Perl 6 is not a differentiator in that Perl 6 is a faster language than whatever it was before. It's getting there, but it's because we had a good design, and because Perl 6 is object-oriented nature, and all of the concurrency features that we had to hand helped to model the requirements and evolve that model as we better understood them in a really good way. And that is what gave us, I think, a design that is a performant design. And meanwhile, again, parallelism got us a bunch of easy wins on the side. Pun not intended. By the way, one thing I didn't tell you is the live data set is a live view. Sorry, the timeline is a live view, so you can watch what your application's doing in real time as well. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, one more time. There we go. Okay. So we're almost there. We're almost at coffee break. Thank goodness does my throat need it. The future of Perl 6 concurrency. There's so many little things I'd like to do. We have a pretty good story on a lot of things so far. And, I've really enjoyed using this. Not just enjoyed, not just enjoyed and, it's fun, but enjoyed as in I felt like I could solve the problems I had in an effective way. And I could model the problems I had in a language that was cooperating with me in doing that. That felt really good. But there's something that I feel is still a big area we need to address. Something that might turn out to be kind of a differentiator, even beyond what we are so far. The other thing is safety. Because when I had that problems thing and I said, oh, we need to go and make it a monitor to be safe. That's kind of hinting at the sort of risks that we have. The situation is kind of like this. So the smart folks who feel the future of programming languages is those that are very statically typed, that have very clever type systems, that do a lot of interesting proofs on the program. We also have some very smart folks who say, when you build a system, build everything as late bind as possible, so that you can evolve that system over time and understand it and introspect it and so on and see what is going on. I don't really, need to preach to the choir here about the reasons that people might prefer dynamic languages. We hear things like this. We need to write tests that assert correctness anyway, or it's easier to debug a concrete situation than some theoretical type error that I don't understand. Maybe there's truth in these, but they hinge on an assumption. And that assumption is that the test will reliably fail if the thing is broken. And that when we run the thing under the debugger, the bug will happen. What if the failure is a data race that actually has its effect one time in 10,000? Then we're not in such a good place. We kind of need reliable failure. I need a better word for this, but really fundamentally we need a Perlish solution to this. I don't believe we can get very far by saying, okay, Rust has a nice story here, let's do what they do. Because then Perl is good at stealing things, but you actually have to be good at stealing them and putting them together and making a coherent whole. This is kind of a research problem, but I think it's one we should try and take on. Why? Well, because then we can make getting the easy things right easier. And we can make getting the hard things right possible. And maybe we can make the whipped up concurrent and parallel program that you just throw together more likely to be doing the right thing. And yeah, because we torment the language implementer for the sake of the language user. But I think these are the things that define a Perlish language. And one of the things I really enjoy about using Perl is these kind of define a Perlish library too. People write the synopsis of what it does, so you can look and you can see how to do the easy things. And I think being easy to get into and whipping up ideas together, trying to do the right thing, and trying to realize that others are trying to do the right thing. I think that to me seems like a way to be a Perl community too. So thank you very much. I hope this has been of some interest. I have no idea if I have time for questions. Oh, I have 1 minute for questions. That is precision. So, or maybe I have 5 minutes for questions. What time am I meant to end? Is it 5 past or 10 past? 10 past. Then I have lots of time for questions. Somebody ask a question.
What's the difference between a hyper and a race that you used in different slides?
The difference between hyper and race is that race does not preserve the order of the results relative to the order of the inputs, and hyper does. This isn't about sorting. It's just saying, if I have the list of prime numbers and I feed them into a grep, then with a non-parallel one, of course, they come out in the same order as the inputs. And if I did a hyper, then that will be true of the parallel results, so it will batch them up and then it will put the batches back together in order. And with race, it won't do that. And the decision about which to use is simply, do you care? And if you don't care, then you can eke out a little bit more performance.
So the problems object that suddenly needed to be turned from a class to a monitor, that's because you put in a race sort of upstream of that, right? What do you think about the prospects of statically determining that that needs to be done, like getting a nice tip or warning of that?
That's a really interesting question, because Perl 6 is... Oh, I thought it was to the microphone, but okay. So the question was basically, can we statically analyze the potential for needing a monitor instead of a class? Or in general, I guess, can we statically analyze those sorts of problems? So that's a really interesting point. And that ties into this research that I was talking about at the end. And Perl 6 is really interesting, because we maybe say Perl 6 is a dynamic language, but Perl 6 is really two languages at once. It's a staticky language in the lexical sense, and then the objecty sense, it's a very dynamic language, because part of the definition of object orientation is late binding. So for the staticky bit, can we come up with something where, as well as being, like the Perl 6 types, we can analyze them at compile time, and then we can enforce them at runtime at latest? Can we do that for what we come up with for detecting concurrency problems too? I hope so, yes. Either that it's an analysis that is fast enough that we can put it into the compiler itself, failing that it is an analysis that we can do and grind through in the background in an IDE or linter or something like this. any more?
Can you just say a few more words for what is easy languages? So I didn't get the easy, or was it called easy language?
Easy
Can you
lang.
just more tell some details what this looks like or what it was?
Easy lang. I mean, it looks like Perl 6, but only a very small bit of it. Basically, it has literals. It has standard mathematical operators. You can call functions. There's a load of built-ins. There are very restricted lambdas. And we restrict them so that you can't ever actually store them. And that means that you can't ever do recursion, which means you can't be Turing complete. So yeah, there's actually the only looping we have is mapping over data structures and things like that. So again, we're not Turing complete there. But yeah, I mean, it's basically a very restricted small subset of Perl 6. It looks a bit like a Perl 6. The only real departure is because everything is functional. Then you can put if anywhere. So you can write if blah 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 plus if whatever, and in full Perl 6 you'd have to put do. And just because everything is functional and evaluating to an expression, then that felt like a sensible thing to do. But yeah, basically it's a slightly twisted, very small Perl 6 with very carefully designed language features, so that the whole calculation is just a directed acyclic graph.
To make the class be a monitor, you used a new keyword. In Java, you can use synchronized. Why not use an extra keyword and be it applicable to other things as class as well?
Okay, so the question is why do we have the monitor keyword, and why don't we maybe have some other keyword that we can attach to more things? I mean, fundamentally, it's basically just doing what fits with the Perl 6 language design overall. In Perl 6, we try to associate new semantics with new words, new meanings. That is why we encourage, for example, when you have an operator and you thinking about overloading it, but you might put a different meaning on, so you take plus and you think, okay, let's make plus mean something that isn't really numeric addition. In Perl 6, we say, no, don't do that, define a new operator. And it's kind of the same when we have packages, and packages come with their own behaviors. So grammar is like a class that inherits from a different base class. Why don't we have grammar as a modifier on class, or we'd make you write is grammar? Well, just because we feel it's worth calling out the distinction at the point we say what it is. It's just a consistency thing, and it's just using the extensibility we have in the places we have it. To me, that feels like a natural solution for Perl 6. Also, this is done as a module. It's not something that we've done directly in the compiler itself. And some people sometimes say, shouldn't it be in the compiler? And the answer is sort of, maybe, kind of, but not quite with the semantics it has at the moment. Things should be really well thought out before they go into the language as a whole.
I have my own question, maybe a small question. So for that data parallelism stuff early on, where you added about 3 lines, did it take less time to do that than to write the slide describing what you did?
Did it take less time to write the code than to write the slide describing the code? Yes, because I screwed up the animation the first time I did it in PowerPoint. Yeah, it didn't take long. In fact, I spent more time staring at the visualization, like being, oh, this is so pretty, than I did writing the code. So, yeah.
Any more questions? Well,
No, okay, and I'll just comment, if you're curious about the tool that does the visualization, the protocol is an open one, and we've documented it in the log timeline, so people can build whatever tools they want. But the visualizer I showed is the one built into the comma integrated development environment. And, sorry? The free version. I put this in the free version, okay? Ooh. So, because partly because I wanted to be able to talk about it here, but more importantly because I actually think this is a really important thing to have. And once I built it and saw it, I'm like, this can be a difference for people using Perl 6. It can be a reason for them to use it, and it can be something that really changes the game for people who are using it. And I really wanted to share that. Comma has been successful for us in that it's actually helped us promote our competence in building such tools, and that has worked out very well for us. So as a company, so to give this feature freely, I gladly do it, and I hope you'll enjoy it. So.
Well, I guess we applaud and then go to coffee.
Coffee, okay. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Worthington, and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I'll be giving a keynote there talking about Perl 6 concurrency and parallelism, exploring some of the technology that we have, how they are useful, and how I've been putting them into production systems so that we can take advantage of these exciting opportunities that Perl 6 gives.
Hi, my name is Julian, and I work in the UK at Olio, where we make hiring software. My job is to train junior Perl developers, and in my talk in Riga, I'm going to tell you how I find them.
I used to think of software as the struggle to write perfect code that will never break, and now I realize I have to write code that anticipates failure and breakage and being replaced.
Teams are self-contained, and in most cases it is upon the team itself that decides the direction they want to take.
We need to spend some time in doing team meetings to actually go through all the details of an idea, like what is the expected outcome and what is the problem we are solving.
I'm not restricted that, you just have to do this, you just have to do that. I can always come up with new ideas, and I'm given the leeway to go ahead with them.
You always can change your team or the project, and it's very easy.
You just talk to the team, say, hey, I really like the product you're working on, can I just join your team? And usually they will say yes.
Besides being tech savvy, you need to be, very good with people.
If you cannot deliver your idea or your message clearly, then it's going to be a little bit rough to you.
You really want to solve tasks and you want to make life better.
Openness to change, openness to listening, openness to learning.
The curiosity to dig one layer or two layers deep down in the stack, that would be the hacker spirit that I would like to see.
We have a lot of data and we can easily use those data to actually influence something, actually do something.
There is no way that you not grow from working on a project because you have full autonomy.
If you are interested in learning, then this is actually a very good environment for you to join.
I love what I do, I love where I work, I love the people I work with.
And also I like Amsterdam, can I say that?
My name is Lee Johnson. I live in Switzerland and we are surrounded by mountains. And my talk is going to be called Moving Mountains with Perl. It's about using a very old camera with a Raspberry Pi to shoot photos of mountains. And I will be using a little bit of Perl to do that.
Hello, my name is Max Maischein. I'm from Frankfurt and I'll be presenting about what I learned about SQL in 2018. My talk will cover window functions, a very powerful technique in SQL, and also common table expressions which allow you to structure in a very readable way. I hope you come to my talk and enjoy the conference.
Hello, my name is Thomas Klausner. I'm from Vienna and I'm going to talk about how you can deploy Perl applications using Docker, Kubernetes, GitLab and some other fancy cloud stuff. And all of those hoops you have to jump through to get your code into the cloud.
Hello, I'm Steffen Winkler. I'm from Erlangen Perlmongers, and the topic is about my module local text domain OO, and I explain in the first part how you can use it in your own project, and the second part is a little complicated, or how to handle translations automatically. And I hope you join my talk.
Community for me is about the well-being of everybody. It's a collaboration between different individuals that can contribute towards growing each other and to connect to a bigger mission, something that we can achieve together. Data science is about creating intelligent algorithms that can convert human-made decisions into decisions that machine can make for us. Data science is exciting for me because of the ability to discover patterns in the data, connecting the dots or solving some kind of puzzle. We have about 200 data scientists all across the world at Booking.com. We create our own internal meetups. We share ideas. Externally, I think we have the similar behavior. We share a lot of the knowledge that we gathered with the community. So in 2011, together with a bunch of friends, we just decided that we want to create some unofficial scientific event, so we decided to take it to the bar. The lectures focus on this. Today, it's in way bigger volumes. We have an event almost every day, and I enjoy that other people can benefit from the initiative that I started. As a team lead, your job to drive your team members to success. Your success is not only about what you do, your success about how you contribute to others.
Hi there, I'm Joop van Achterberg. I'm one of the speakers at Perlcon in Latvia, Riga from 7th to 9th of August. And I'll be speaking about CAPTCHAs, where they came from, why they're really a terrible idea, and what you can use instead. Hope to see you there.
Hello, I'm Chorobat from Prague. I work as a software engineer at Good Data, and I'm going to the Perl Conference to present a talk on a slightly controversial Perl 5 topic, threads. I'm going to show you how to use them safely, even with thread unsafe modules, and to present an alternative that you can find on CPAN. See you in Riga!
Hi, I'm Dave Cross. I'm the author of Data Munging with Perl, and I blog about Perl at perlhacks.com. I'm a senior Perl developer at FairFX here in London. The conference runs from the 7th to the 9th of August, but the day before that I'll be running a one-day training course on modern web development techniques using Perl. We'll be covering Perl tools like Dancer, Moose, DBIX class, but also more general web development tools like Bootstrap, jQuery and Mustache. I look forward to seeing you in Riga.
Hi, my name is Jesse Merillo. I'm going to talk about apocrypha stories about Perl 6 documentation. The thing is that the people who were doing Camellia was totally different to the people who was writing this. There was a kind of mismatch between one and the other. My talk in Perlcon, where I'm going to talk about is what we are doing now with the Perl 6 documentation system or framework or something. We want to do with it in the future and how to take it, to really be the 100-year documentation system for the 100-year language. That's it.
Hi guys, this is Mohammed. Probably you know me by my pose ID, Manward. I'm going to give a talk at Perl Conference in Riga about tip and contributors, do's and don'ts. Please do come and join me, it's going to be lots of fun. I'm going to share my personal experience. Okay, see you there, bye.
Hello, my name is Saif and I'm presenting at the Perl Conference at Riga this August. I work as an orthopedic surgeon, I teach tissue engineering, and I'm a hobby programmer. Until recently I've been a selfish programmer, coding for my own little projects. I would like to share with you one aspect of Perl programming that is often neglected, the graphical user interface. GUI programming in Perl can be challenging, but I will demonstrate the world's easiest GUI designer guide fade. You will create such an application, and one of you will win a prize.
Hello, I am Alexander Kirchin and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am a software developer at Adumen, where I am making nice things with Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to briefly explain the ideas behind CRO, a framework for building reactive and distributed systems, and how I used it for implementing the LDAP protocol in Perl 6. We will look at implementation HUDs with fun parts, and the end-user interface with fun parts. See you this summer! Hello, I am Alexander Kiryukhin and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am working at Edument, making nice things using Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to give an overview of a bunch of Perl 6 modules I made to support a subset of the ASN1 spec, from the parsing stage to compile type generation with the meta-object protocol, all using Perl 6, and how its unique features made it possible to be elegant about the task. So see you in Riga.
Without core infra, nothing would work. It's infra. That's what everything runs on.
A lot of people tell me like, oh, but you are like a website, like what you do there as a network engineer, like it's not exciting. I'm like, no.
We are now over 30,000 servers, and we operate all of those.
We own all the way down to the hardware, all the way up to the services.
It's a lot of infrastructure to maintain, to connect, to monitor.
As core infrastructure engineers, we need to think further down the line. So let's say, where will we be in 2 years from now or 5 years from now?
In core infra, we have different tracks, focus on different products. It's a little bit different from other companies because we mix the system engineers with developers in the same team.
Your team will likely be responsible for a few services, which means you really get a wider expertise across multiple things.
The product keeps evolving, the infra has to keep up, so that the product itself as a whole can be functional and be beneficial to everyone who intends to use it.
The most exciting part of my work at the moment is building an ecosystem around real-time data processing.
Based application deployments, can I say that?
Our load balancer is built in-house, but we also use quite some open source tooling.
You are the one that continuously looking for new technologies.
Every day is like a new challenge to how we can escalate better, how we can do things in a more efficient and automated way.
People need very strong ownership because what we do is very business critical.
The ability to be calm in a lot of chaos.
Love of problem solving.
Open to diversity, open to skill sets. We have great technical challenges that are constantly changing because we are always growing.
We entrust in our developers a lot of responsibilities, and that then empowers them to take whatever problem they are solving to its logical conclusion.
If you want to actually help people experience the planet more,
if you really want to see like the purpose, like business impact, like this is your place to be.
Just do it.
Hi, my name is Arne Sommer. I have a master's degree in computer science and I've programmed in Perl since 1989. This 2-day course, beginning Perl 6, is aimed at programmers that hasn't tried Perl 6, but at least hasn't tried very hard. See the webpage for the course for more information.
Hello, my name is Martin Becker. I am a developer of computer algebra software on CPAN and elsewhere. Some of my current projects involve modules with lots of pre-computed data. In my talk on Perlcon, I will show what I learned about how and where to store such data reliably within a distribution. I hope you enjoy the presentation and the conference in general. See you in Riga.
Hello, I'm European Conco. I am Perl developer about 15 years. On Perlcon in Riga, I will show you how to catch malicious application exceptions, how to reproduce them and interactively debug. Also, I will show you how to implement new debugger commands and how to debug. Buy tickets, come to conference. It will be interesting. Bye.
My name's Robert, I'm originally from Oxford. This is just a quick video to announce I will be talking at this year's Perl Conference. The talk will be on progressive web applications, something all of my applications are. I hope to see you there, and goodbye from the Maldives.
Hi, my name is Jose Joaquin Adria. I work in CV Library in London using mostly Perl 5 and Go. I've been wondering what a game would look like written in modern Perl and how we can use some of the features we're familiar with to implement some of the fancy programming patterns used in game development. I'll be at Perlcon giving a talk about why this matters, what I've learned along the way, what I think Perl excels at, and what I think needs more work. I hope to see you in Riga this summer.
Hello, my name's Paul Johnson and I'm the author of the Perl Code Coverage Tool. I live in Zurich, but this summer I'll be going back to Riga for the European Perl Conference. In fact, I'll be giving a presentation there about how to test Perl code. In it we'll look at some of the theoretical aspects, but primarily we'll focus on practical advice for how to better test your Perl. So if you can make it, I look forward to seeing you there in Riga, August the 7th to the 9th.
Okay, good morning everyone, and thank you for coming for my talk. Before I start my talk, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to Andrew Shitov and his team for organizing such a wonderful event. I can understand how much hard work and pain goes through organizing such a big event. I'm being a part of one of the London workshop organizers. I understand conducting a one-day event like our London Pearl workshop is so hard. I can imagine how much hard work must have gone through to organize such a big event on 3 days. So a big thank you for Andrew Shito and his team before I forget. So, and thanks for all of you to coming for my talk. And this is the first time ever happened that I giving 2 full-length talk and a lightning talk. I've never done that. And the first time ever in my life, I gave the lightning talk in the last London Pearl workshop. So this is my second, and so I'm very glad that I'm progressing. So maybe next year, and I probably have not just 2 full length, maybe 3 full length on each day. Hopefully the organizer will accept my talk next time in Amsterdam. So yeah, okay. Coming back to the topic. Before I start this, I want to disclaim, make something very clear. I'm not suggesting in any way that Perl is not the right language from the security point of view. I'm not saying that. I've been using Perl for more than 20 years now, and I think it's good enough language to do most of the work. So that's the premises of this talk. Is don't make me think that I'm suggesting that Perl has some design flaw. I'm not suggesting that, and I don't claim to know enough Perl to make such comments. So whatever I'm going to show you in my talk is based on my personal experience, what I've experienced in so far in my career, and probably you can learn from my mistake if you're not aware of. I don't expect you not to know any of this thing that I'm going to show you, but maybe it's for fun. It's just a reminder for you. Oh yeah, I know this thing. All right. Thanks for reminding me. Probably that would be the thing. Okay, that's the disclaimer. Just make everything clear. So before I say as I said, almost 99% of time, when I come across an issue which is marked as a risk, is caused by the user input data, 99%. And the rest 1%, I would blame the person who wrote the script, not knowing enough Perl. And so, but being a developer myself, I don't want to take the blame. I would say, it's not me, it's Perl. You can easily blame, because Perl is not going to come and defend himself. So you can say, okay, what can I do? That's the Perl. It doesn't let me to write a secure code. But that's not the truth. So first and foremost, I'm sure you guys are aware of this function called system. And before creating this slice, I thought I knew this function very well. I thought, what's the big deal? I remember when I started learning Perl, these are the functions that my first book taught me. The book I bought was Learn Perl in 21 Days. Teach Yourself Perl in 21 Days was the first book that I bought. And they had a list of functions that one should know before you even start. So this was one of the functions was system. And that book, according to that book, says, okay, system is used to run a program inside a Perl script. And it's a basic syntax. I never bother going to the documentation, okay, what are the different ways you can run system function? Here is one way of doing it, and that's it. It didn't go into the detail. So this is what I saw at my first instance. Here's the system command function. You pass in the command as a first parameter, and the second is the parameter to that command. Can you spot any problem with this function in the usage of this system? At first, I said, absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong, nothing critical in this function. However, someone from the security team come across, okay, no, there is a problem in this function. So it can't be problem. And then I figured out this is how it should be, rather than saying as a one string. So instead of having one big string with everything in it, command including a parameter, it's advisable to split into two parameter form of system function. So one is your command, second is your parameter. So that way it's safer that if somebody maliciously trying to hack into your system, you can avoid that kind of situation by just splitting the command and the parameter separately. That's one thing you could do. Here's this race what is trying to explain you what if somebody just say as a $user is something called say Joe cat/etc/password. You can imagine what your end user is going to see. So these are the things that can happen if you don't understand the proper usage of such functions, for example, system. Maybe, yeah, we could do that. There's another misuse of system function. For example, if you are using system function to run some command, for example, say tail or less or any system function as a command and then passing on a parameter. So there's a possibility that somebody can modify the path environment variable and pointing to a different direction, and whereas you can have a malicious script with the same name as you expect the command to be. For example, you can say the original command is say cat. I can change the environment variable pointing to my home folder with a script called cat, and that can do anything. And if you have cat as a first parameter, imagine what will happen. Your cat program, which is in your own defined path, will run taking the parameter and can do anything. So how can you avoid such issues? Any suggestion? Can you think of? Yeah, please. My question was, if you have a script and in one of the lines says system open bracket within quotes cat comma some parameter, and my question is, what if my path, if I reset the path to a different location, say /home/Mohammed, and that path has a function as a script called cat, I can have it, and that cat, then when you run the script, it says it's in my current folder, and path says this is your path, and there's a cat function, cat script. I'm going to run this cat rather than the system Perl cat or system cat function, and that cat can do anything. I can do cat to take this parameter and do something else. How can you avoid such thing? Just general, I'm going to tell you. I googled it. I said, let me find out, because I didn't know myself. How can I avoid such situation? And one of the suggestions I found on the internet, and I really liked it. Probably you can tell me whether that's the good solution or not. What that person was suggesting, that in your script, right at the top, what you could do is you can hard code the path of environment variable. So here's my in path is this. So even if somebody tried to override path, it's not going to do. It's going to take whatever path you have in your script and the top. So even if some say in the command line somebody run and say path is this, but when you run your script, it ignores it. It'll take whatever path you have defined in your script at the top of the script. So that way you can probably avoid any issues. Just reminding, if you think what I'm saying is rubbish, please raise your hand. I want to learn. I want to correct myself. Whatever, as I said, whatever I'm talking here is based on my own research, my own personal experience that has happened with me. I may be wrong in assuming things, I may be wrong in reading things in not the right way, so you can correct me while I'm giving tone. Don't take my word as a final word, so please correct me. Sure, sorry, you want to say something? Okay. Here's another function which similar to execute system function. It works more or less same as system function. The only difference I can think of is this exec function doesn't return anything to the calling script. Is there any other difference you can think of between system and exec function? Yeah. So that's one difference. Is there any other difference between system and exec function? That's what I could figure out. I can find I found out about difference between system function and exec function. So I think that's the main reason. If you don't care about the return value, probably you could use it. But I would still prefer system function as compared to exec. The one reason I can think of is when you run exec, it spawns off a new process rather than staying in the same process. When you do system, I think it stays within the same process, but in exec, it spawns a new separate, so it's two different processes. The moment your script sees exec something, it starts a new process, and that whatever you're trying to do in exec is run in a different process. So that's two different processes, and you don't have control. You don't see what happened to that calling thing. So it's still, if my personal choice is, don't bother going anywhere near exec. If you have to use, at least try system. Even system, you have to be careful how you run your system function. As I said, there's no way you can capture output. So if you run exec, you cannot capture the output. This is another example of open function. I remember when I first came across open function, the first thing I saw in that book was this form of open function. Open bare file handle, comma, string, which is your file name or path to a file name. Incomplete information. And I used to hate reading the doc. If I would have followed the doc, I would have understand the different ways and better way of using open function. Now I realize my mistake, having learned the hard way. This is what happened. What if the file name start with pipe? What would cause this line problem? Any suggestion? Any idea? What do you think? If your file name starts with the character pipe. Yes, Julian. Yes. Let me put it the other way. When you $file name starts with the pipe character, what happens? Perl try to execute a command, and it takes whatever the result from that command, and that way you're opening a door for a malicious user to pass $file name as some different buggy command, and that command can return anything, and you can expose those data to your user. So that's the problem with using this kind of this form of open function. So that's what I found is not the right form of using open function. So what could you do there? My suggestion is use three parameter form of open function. Is safe. No matter what you do, it's pretty safe. So you say open. Also, if you notice, this time I'm using a variable as a file handle, not a bare name. I tell you a very little story about this. A couple of years ago, I was giving a talk in London Perl workshop about one of my first module called MapTube. And I was talking about MapTube. In the audience, there's a guy called Zoyer X. He was sitting right behind the audience. And I didn't realize it. When I finished my talk, he came up to me and said, Mohammed, good talk, well done. But can I point you something in one of your slides had not a correct code? I said, what was the issue? What he pointed out to me is this. In one of my slides, I showed this example. And he noticed that there's something wrong in this code. There's a scope of improvement in this piece of code. And I didn't realize until then what was wrong in it. I was happily put this code in my documentation of MapTube documentation, and nobody ever pointed out there's something wrong in this code. Can you see? This second parameter is part of the file name. It shouldn't be. It should be a separate parameter itself. Which direction, whether you want to open the file in a read mode, write mode, or read-write. So that was the problem he pointed out to me. I said, thank you for correction, and it looked like this. So then he said, yeah, that's the right way of doing it. As I also added or die thing, which was missing in my earlier example. So I learned the hard way, and thanks for Zoya for pointing out that problem to me. So I hope I'll learn my lessons next time on. And I remember while I do the pull request, whenever I come across this problem in others' code, I submit a pull request. Can you please correct this? Don't use bare file handle. Hazer, my dollar something. And most of the time it's accepted by the author saying, yeah, I think you're right. But somebody corrected my code, now I'm correcting others' code if I come across something like that. There's another function that I would like to talk about, is eval. Anybody can tell me what eval is doing? My initial understanding was eval is something you pass a string saying, here's my code block, please run. Perl will say, okay, here's your string, I'm try to run elegantly, and I'll give you the result. The result would be whatever the last statement, which part of your block is returns, that would be the return call of this function. What could go wrong with this? Any idea? Or there's nothing, no trouble. Anything, yes, exactly. That's the worst you could expect from this function eval. So how can you secure your script? If your script has eval function, don't use it or use it with care. How would I solve it? You have to do all kind of user data checking. Make sure you have absolutely trust the data that gets passed to eval function. How you do it is up to you. There is no right way or wrong way of doing it. You have to be absolutely 100% sure what you're passing to your eval function. Otherwise, you can expect anything. So avoid as much as you can. This is something I learned recently, /e. May not be new to you guys, but I learned the hard way, /e. I remember when I first came across regex, I was very scared. I couldn't understand what is going on with all this punctuation going on in between the slash. And every punctuation has a meaning. They are there for a reason. I said, what, dot, star. Now if you look at the Perl 6 code, punctuation is all over. In Perl 5, it's only regex where you see punctuation mark. And every punctuation, you have to be very careful where you put that punctuation mark. Dot in the beginning and dot in the end, dollar in the beginning, dollar at the end has a different meaning. And then on top of that, if you put E at the end, that makes a complete difference. So make a big difference why you put. I came across some examples while reading other people's blog, and sometimes they put /e at the end. I could never understand why /e at the end. Normally I see s// put something, search and replace, or maybe tr translate something, count how many times this. These are the maximum I have used the regex. But then while doing this, preparing for slide, I come across there's so many other uses of regex you can use it. And one of the misuse I found out is /e. This is what I found. When you have a /e in the regex, what does it do? It tells the Perl interpreter, please evaluate this string for me. And that means you're exposing again your script is opening the door for a malicious user to do anything. So you're saying, here's this string, you're asking Perl to interpret, to actually basically run it for me. So again, they're still used in production. I don't know whether it's how you can make it safe. Any suggestion? If you still have to use /e, how can you make it safe? Other than make sure your data is foolproof. Any suggestion? Or don't use it at all? That's my opinion. I would not use /e unless I'm 100% sure what is passed to my regex. Please go. Yeah. As I said, I now don't trust my user data anymore. Even if I trust the user, I don't trust his data. I would still make sure I'll go through my usual checking whether it's the right data according to the script, what I'm expecting. A couple of years ago, I was giving a talk in German Perl workshop, and I was talking about that module about MapTube, and there was a guy sitting in that audience, was Rennie Baker, was sitting in the audience. At the end of the talk, he liked my talk and he said, Mohammed, I'm going to create my own map using your MapTube framework. And he created a MapTube for Frankfurt tube, underground tube. Is it called underground? Maybe not. So what? Huh? UBA. Okay, UBA. So he created a map using my MapTube framework. And then one of the test script in his distribution had this #Perl -t. And whatever map I had created up until that, none of my test script had -t and the shebang. And the moment he ran the test script, he came across an error message saying, I don't trust the user data, because he was expecting passing this the map source data to the test function, and he was doing some testing, and my MapTube framework was saying, no, I don't trust this, and it was throwing some error. I said, I never come across this error. How come you're seeing this error? Then I noticed none of my map has this -t in my test script. Okay, so how I'm going to solve this problem? So I have to untaint the data which is passed to my framework through this test script. That was really hard for me. So I Googled it, so see if anybody has the solution to this problem. And after doing all this research, I came across a module called, taint util. I don't know whether you have come across this module called taint util. And this module has a very nice simple function called untaint. So you pass the data in my case it was a JSON data to untaint, and it does something magic, and there was no error anymore. I didn't bother looking into what Untitled does and how it does. I don't care. As long as you solve my problem, the map2 framework is happy to accept this thing, and Rainy Baker test was running clear, all clear, 100% done, that's it. So I learned, I knew you can't trust the data, but how do you make it happy to run your test? One of the way I've learned is this. So thanks Rainy Baker for pointing out problem in my data. Sorry. I trust that function that is doing something. Sorry, I didn't get that. Okay, fair enough. All right, so last and not the least, I would like to thank Larry Wall for such a beautiful language, Perl. And if it wasn't Perl, I don't know what I would be doing, because that's the only language I know, just Perl. Thank you very much. Any question? Yep. Mm. Mm.
It works? Okay. In the first slide, it showed how to use system function, and in the solution, if somebody will have username starting with dot dot slash dot dot etc password, it I think still will have an issue. The same. Yes.
In my opinion, I may be wrong. In my opinion, if you're using open function in a 3-parameter form, no matter what you provide in the last parameter, it is still safe, in my opinion.
No, it's about system function.
Okay, in system function. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't check that. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Anybody can correct me? Can you still hack system function even if you split the command and the parameter?
Password file. Sorry, you can navigate the path as long as you're just using a variable in your argument, because you don't know if you're just trusting it again. If you haven't verified what's in there, it could be anything. So I could walk the tree all the way back and say, okay, go back to root and open that's password, and you would get that right as you normally would.
Okay, but as I said, I've not tested that, but maybe if that's the case. Yeah, can try it. Yeah. Okay. Any other question? No. Okay. Thank you for coming for my talk. Thank you very much, and thank you, Larry.
Okay. Hi everyone. So first, thanks for being there and assisting to my talk, Overloading Perl Ops Using XS. I know it sounds probably pretty obscure, and hopefully it will be more clear by the end of the talk. I know it will be pretty hard to follow, although that lunch break is pretty soon. But let's try to have some fun over these few minutes together. So first, who am I? I'm Nicolas Rochenagne. I'm coming from France. I currently live in US. You can find me online with the pseudo at Atomic on GitHub, on Twitter, on IRC, or many other online network. I work for cPanel, which is an amazing employer that provide web hosting panel. You probably ever use it without knowing it, because most web hosting company use our product behind the hood as a white host product. So we are always trying to find new talent to add to our team. Feel free to contact me or any other cPanel employee. I want also to thank my employer for sending me there today. But let's go back to my talk. My talk is about overloading Perl Ops using XS. This is a talk I already did in Pittsburgh in June this year, and I think it would be fun to do it again in Europe, because that's definitely not the same audience. So overloading Perl Ops using XS can probably be divided in 3 parts. We will try to tackle this one by one and demystify them. Let's start probably by the easiest one, which is definitely overloading. Some of you are already doing this. We probably always name it as mocking, which is mainly replacing something by something else. This is usually very useful during testing. The easiest way I can think about is something like this, where you are simply replacing that function during that scope by something else. Okay. We try to forbid that kind of habit and pattern because it has some default there. What if your function was renamed as function2 or whatever, it moves somewhere else? It's a bad habit. So we try to enforce the use of test mock module, which is highly recommended. One of the awesome functions that come with test mock module that was recently added is redefine. And redefine is awesome because if you try to mock a function that doesn't exist, it will simply croak, and you will be aware that that code was refactored, and you need to adjust that test. And you will not have a test that will silently pass, and that will not catch mistake that it should have done. So this is mainly how you mock and overloading. Now let's talk about Perl Ops. If none of you have seen one op tree, this clearly looks like this. We're naming op tree because you have some branches, and you have a list of ops. When you are going to compile your Perl program at compile time, which means like during the begin state, your Perl is going to parse your program on build that tree. And then later, when you're going to run your program, you will move from one op to another one, and some op will jump to another state. Let's have a look how we can check a simple program and make that tree more flat using the -exec argument. Without using it, you will see the tree. If you use -exec, you see the order. Every line is executed in that order. So if we just pick the simplest example, like we assign to A the value of B plus 42, and I just add a Perl one-liner after to clean up and remove some crufts on the left to make it more clear. Mainly what we can see is that we start our program, we push the GVB on the stack, we push 42, it's like Polish calculators, and then we use the add function, we add these 2 terms, and we are going to push A on the stack, and we assign the value of this to the GVA, and we leave. This is what, there is also another way to view this. Instead of using terse, you can use concise, which is about the same, but you will have slightly more information. Not that every op is coded by that digit or character inside this bracket. There is a mapping of what op it means. It's a list op, if it's a unop or whatever. And you can see here slightly more detail where we we fetch the SV from the GV, we have a constant, which is an IV42. We use the add operation, and then we also fetch the SV from the GVA, and we assign this value to that slot. Okay? So this is Perl ops. But to talk about one Perl op, I had to find one easy op. And the easiest op ever I can find is named simply backref or refgen. The example there is \$f, and we are going to focus on that backslash. So we put the GVF, okay, and we are going to get a reference on that value. And this is the op that we will focus on for later. But first, where are the ops defined? In Perl, there is a H file named opnames.h, where you simply have a C enum of all your op. As you can see, there is also a maximum value. These ops are pretty constant from one version to another one, but they can change over Perl version. So you usually, the common way is to add some extra ops at the end, but you can have some refactor. So use the C enum code rather than the code value. And as you can see right now, we have 397 ops because it starts at 0 with the op null in the source code. But we also have somewhere in that same file, we also have a list, the name for all of these ops on their function that correspond the C code to execute every time we are going to reach that op. So you will see that there is a mapping 1 the 1 0 is there null, and we match Perl pp null stub and so on and so on. So there is clearly a 1 mapping there. This is mainly for debugging purpose, because otherwise the code will use the enum from before. But if you want to know what's the op at position 12, you can simply just get that list. And these are global. The PL uppercase there means there are global array list available from nearly everywhere in your Perl program. Now let's have a look at the PP function. Okay, as I said, these functions are responsible for executing the op. What means PP? PP stands for push and pop, or pop and push. I'm not really sure which order. But mainly it means I'm going to take something from the stack. I'm going to massage it or not. And then I'm going to optionally put some other thing on the stack. That can be additional value, I can alter existing value, or so on and so on. That's what means push pop. So we have one push pop mainly, that how Perl works for every of these ops. Where are these functions defined? Because if you want to understand Perl internals, you will need to know where they are. And if you grep for Perl_pp, you will probably find none of them, or the only thing you will be able to find is that define there. And even that define will not match your Perl_pp. Because it's commonly used in Perl to use a lot of macro. One of these macro is pp uppercase that will define your Perl function that's going to return one pointer on one op. And they are all defined like this. So pp, and then it kind of duplicate, but that's how it is, pp_apps. Okay? And that will be the apps function, and so on and so on. So that's how would look like your pp function. If we look where they are defined, we could see that mainly they are sprinkled over like 6 C files, and mainly pp.c is the main one. And the other one we are going to focus later will be pp_sys, which contain every operation related to your file system. But let's step back and go back to our simplest op as possible, which is backref. Okay, so as I say, backref has a name named refgen here, as we can see from the concise output. And if we grab the source code, we will find that the refgen op as a value of 20, it has a function named ppsrevgen, and its entry, that function, in fact, is plugged inside a list of function pointer in PL/PPAdder at that exact position. So when Perl is going to execute that function, it will just use that pointer and execute that function. Okay. So what does code looks like? Honestly, this is just 3 lines of C code. There is not an easier op than this one. GSP just get your stack pointer ready, and it's a Perl macro that will give you be able like mainly to play with your stack, and then we just create a reference to that stack pointer, and we alter the existing stack pointer with that reference to itself. This is all, and then we are just exiting that function and we move back. So mainly in that case we push and pop. We alter the existing stack pointer by a reference to itself. That's what up does there. Okay? So we have seen overloading, we have seen Perl ops. Probably we should have a look at a little of XS also. So what is XS? Mainly XS is the glue between the Perl API and the C code that's allow you to easily plug any existing C library in Perl. And you can also play with Perl internal and provide a function in pure Perl for some kind of optimization. But why do you really want to do overloading Perl ops using XS? Honestly, why? And you're right. Some will say why not, but that's probably not the answer. Because first part, most of the op, like die is one op also. I don't know if you're aware, but die is one op. It has its PP function. It is defined as the op 192 currently in 5.28.40, and probably the case for all your version 2. And there is an easy way to mock that function. You just replace and define global core die, and you're done. You don't need XS to do die, to do that. So, and that will work. So let's have a look. Mainly what you will need to do is core global die, and you set whatever your function you want to do there, and then when you're going to call die, oh, that one's not working. You notice that? I call it, I call die, and my die is really dying there. It's not doing what I was expecting to do. There is something wrong there. That's where, for example, beaters could be useful. If we inspect that code there, we can see the list of ops. It's pretty big, pretty huge. The one that matters there is we can see that we have push on the stack. This is the end there, and we are calling a list of die, okay? And we are going to call that Perl internal op, and of course we are going to die. Why? I guess many knows the answer, some do not. We'll see. Because Perl built the op tree at compile time, and when it built the op tree at compile time, it is not aware that core global die exists. Okay? So the easy trick there, just put a begin block around it. So that function now know that instead of using the die operator, it will use your function. And if I run it, it does what I would expect to do. It will say still alive when I say die, and it will continue behind as expected. Now it does the work. If we inspect it using ters, we can see now that after our string there, this is the end, we are going to call that function with enter sub there. We're going to call that function defined above. So Perl was aware about that. This is fine. I don't need XS to mock some Perl ops, but this is not the case for all of them. Some Perl ops are not designed to be overwritten using XS. One most common function is simply the dash x, dash e, dash f, dash whatever you want to do a file check. There is no way in pure Perl to mock this function. And sometimes it can be useful. We'll see why and what kind of usage you can do for that. But to mock dash e there, I'm not aware about a single way to do it in pure Perl. So let's try to see what we can do. First, -e, okay? Mainly it means, does that file type, is it file type or file something exist? So that the op-ft is, which is 275, which is defined in PPCs, and which is plugged to the list of function pointer we have there. It's there. So if we're able to mess with that function or replace it or do something there, that means we have full control now of what happened on -e. Okay, so I'm going to do a code demo. I will try to, it's probably not a code demo, yeah, it's a code browsing. Oops, so I need to go to, need to exit that. Yeah, not that one. Yeah, it's that one. Okay, so oh, we are not viewing it. Interesting. Okay. Right. Not there. Okay. Now I lost my mouse. Oh. Cool. Okay, I will just display, mirror the screen, it will be easier. Should have thought about this before. Should be easy. There, arrangement, mirror display. Cool, that will be easier. So now I can say, go there, go to page. Okay, that's what I want to show you, and we're going to zoom, don't worry. Mainly, this is a simplification of the module name overload file check that allow to mock file check. We are going to see how that code works and what the basic concept behind it. So when I start investigating one XS module, the first thing I do probably is checking the PM, the main PM file. Okay, I know if it's big enough. And as we can see there, what we're doing, we're using XS loader, and we say XS loader load that package, which is overload file check, which will load the XS file for us. Okay, and if we look at that, there is really nothing much there. So we're loading that XS file. Now we need to have a look at that XS file. Okay, and it doesn't really matter how big is the XS file. Usually the first thing I do when I check the XS file, I scroll to the very, very end, and I want to know for that package, so that module here, that package, I want to know what's happening at boot time when we load that module. And you will see usually it's very common to have a boot function. And when you're going to load that XS file, this is what's happening. So let's have a look at, it's pretty simple there, what's happening. So there's a protection if that module is loaded twice by mistake, if you clear the ink and you reload it. So it's going to make sure it's only loaded once. Mainly here it does a malloc on a struct. We only need one, and we are going to store this to that pointer, which is a global pointer defined above in that file. And there we are going to get a pointer to the GV. We're fetching the GV overload file check. Okay, 19 is the length of that string there, and true is probably created if it doesn't exist. In that stash there, we are going to create a constant. It's the same thing as use constant underscore loaded arrow 1. Could have been used also SVS there, that would have saved. And we're defining some extra constant that are available now from pure Perl. And the cool thing is these constants are defined by the XS code and accessible from the Perl API, but at least the XS code will be aware about this and could use them. So we have these few constants there. And what we are going to do, remember at starter time, we are going to say the op-ft is, that's just a string there for make it easier, which has the ID op-ft is as listed by the name. We are going to replace it by that function, which will be our custom Perl op that will just say yes or no. Okay, and that function is defined above there. Not really, much longer than this. This is that function overload yes no. Mainly what we're going to check, it's a macro that's going just to check, are we currently mocking that function? If we are not mocking that function, discard and let the real op do its job. Otherwise, we're in charge. And if we're in charge, then we're checking what the status of that op should be. And then if it's true, we are returning yes. If it's false, we are returning undef. Okay. And otherwise, we are falling back to the real ops. Mainly, this is how we are overloading the ops. But let's try to understand what's happening when we call that function there. When we call that function, mainly what we are going to do, we are going to store here PL PPAddr op type. We are going to store it inside our custom struct to know where lives that function, and we are going to set a flag. I think it's true. Is it mocked or not? Yeah. No, we are going to set our fake function. Okay. We are saving that function, and at the same time, we are replacing it by our custom function there. And that custom function, remember the third argument was yes, no. And the op name is just for purpose. So mainly that's all what's happening. So now we need a mechanism to say, I want to mock it yes or no. That function is always mocked, in fact, at boot. And we want a simple mechanism saying mock it or unmock it. So for this, we have that function named mockup that will be able to handle these two calls, XS mockup and unmockup. And the main thing they will do is switch that boolean there to 1 or 0, depending if you want to mock it or not. So from a Perl point of view, you will be able to say mock or unmock the op -e, for example. And depending if it's mock or not, you are going to call it. Okay? So this is how you are overloading one op. Of course, this thing needs to happen at begin time, otherwise it will be too late and you will not be able to run that custom function. I will go back to the slides, if I can find them. Okay. But in fact, we in fact, we have much more than only -e that are as -x possible. There are plenty of other options for checking if it's its size, or if it's a null file, if it's a socket or whatever. And not all of these functions are returning a boolean. Some are using the value from stat, some are using integers as return value. And you also need to take into account that when you are using this function, it's pretty common like to use underscore to avoid to perform a second stat call and to reuse the cache. Mainly when you're going to do a stat, Perl is going to do a stat, it's going to cache it in a global variable. And the second time you are going to, if you need to do the same stat on the same variable, it will bypass it if you do underscore. So let's have a look at how we can use that XS module I was just showing. It will be probably more clear this way. Okay. So you have your code somewhere with a simple function that just check, does that file exist, yes or no, mainly. And if it doesn't exist, it returns, and if it exists, it returns something true. Could have been simplified with a single liner, but that's just to show that you have your code somewhere, and you are going to mock -e. So of course, when you start your program, the file doesn't exist, so it will return undef. And you have loaded that module, overload file check. At that point, nothing happened, except you have replaced all the -x function by something else, but this is by default inactive. The second you are going to call that function, say, I want to mock the -e with my custom function there, then every -e call will trigger that function, pure Perl function here, get its value, and that's where we got the constant that were defined at boot time there. Depending on what you're going to return there, behaves as if that file exists or not. Okay? So for example, here I can, even if the file doesn't exist on my file system, if I see /anypath, I can say, hey, it exists for -e. And that's what it does. That test will pass there, and we say, okay, it returns something, so it exists. And then I can unmock it, which will flip-flop the Boolean flag, and in that case, the file doesn't exist. This is cool. So now I've got the API in pure Perl to enable and disable the -e behavior. Let's go one step deeper there, because if we can do -e, that means we can probably do more than this. So in that case, we are trying to see -e, -d, -f. So in that case, we are just going to mock -e, and now -e succeed for that file, whereas the -d and -f fails. And now we're going to say, oh, but by the way, I also want to mock -d, and you can use the same function there, and it will succeed for -d. And the tricky thing is you can make all of them succeed because you are in shard, so you are controlling them. So you can have, it's a file, but it's also a directory, and it exists. It's kind of weird behavior, but you can get through that, okay? Because you are mocking with that simple function that's just going to say it exists if the path is any path. Otherwise, I don't know, and let Perl answer for me. Okay, so we can improve that. So that's just to show that in your mock function here, the first argument is the type of file check that's going to happen. It's the letter, lowercase letter, and then you have your file or file handler that's going to be passed, and you can give different answers depending on which file. So now you can have that field only succeed, for example, if it's a file, and make it false if it's a directory. And now you fix the problem there that we had previously, where every of the dash were succeeding for that path. Now we can have, as shown there, -e succeed, -f succeed, but -d fails. Okay? But that's not the correct solution. The better solution will be that one doesn't really. Yeah, okay. That one is just to show that when you're doing -e on that, you also want -f to succeed. And when you're going to call -f on underscore, that function, which is your mock function, will only be called once, because it will only be called for the -e, okay? And you will never see that the -f is called, because when you're calling it with underscore there, defgv, you will reuse the PL stat cache, which will be previously set for you by -e mock. Okay, but so I was saying a better way will be to use stat, because all of these mainly are based on stat on a file, and that's how you will know if it's a file, if it's a directory, if it's a socket, what size is it, and so on and so on. So rather than mocking the -e, the -d, the whatever, you can simply provide your own fake stat function, and from that stat function, fake stat function, then all other -x function will use that fake stat to behave like this. Okay, so there is one function in that module named mockstat, and I'm mocking it with my stat there, and we'll see. You have multiple ways to mock the stat. The first way is to return an array with all value you want for every field. You can also use a hash there and name your key for every of these every st attribute defined in the st type struct. Or you can use also some helpers that say, I want to mock that as a directory, or I want to mock this as a file, and you want to mock this as a directory that belongs to root, that has that timestamp, and that belongs to that group, and so on and so on. So you can also add some extra, use these helpers to mock it as you want there. And you can say a stat as a socket, stat as a symlink, stat with some optional argument. By default, it will be 0, except the flag to set the file type. Okay, and if you mock this there as a stat, you will be able to get all the. That's the same, I guess. Yeah. So that example, we have two. We mock as a null file, which means a file with size 0, and then we're going to mock it with a file with a size. Okay, if we check the mock function here, mainly if it's a null file, we mock it as a file, and if it's a file not null, we'll mock it with as a file, but we set its size to something else. Okay, so it's a file with a size. So when I use a null file here, -e succeed, -e succeed on -f underscore succeed, the -d on underscore failed, as expected. It has a size of 0. It's 0, yes. And if I mock it as a not null file, its size will be the number we just saw below, and it will not be a 0 file as shown there using underscore. But you can also use your custom path there. It will be the same. This is to illustrate how to mock how to use that module, overload file check. Okay. So we have a few extra slides. The main reason why we work on that overload file check was to be able to detect in your test suite, what files are required by your unit test. Some of your unit tests are going to read and sometimes write, it's even worse, some files on your system. And if you want to run your test in parallel, they might collide. As long as they only do read, it should be probably fine. But if they start updating one of these files, it will be a nightmare, and you will have inconsistent run. So the idea is we are going to be able to provide a fake file system and to detect every file that you are going to access. And if you access a file that is not mocked, we will also be able to die, which means sometimes you will discover, I had no idea that unit test was accessing like 25 files. For me, I only need to mock these 2 files. Whereas it really need 3 access many files beyond the hood, and that's why test mock file developed by Todd, just sitting over there, has a strict mode that I probably show there. So the default behavior will be use test mock file strict, which means if you are accessing a file outside of the control of test mock file, then you will die. Okay. So here I'm mocking a symlink foo to bar. So foo is a symlink, -l is a symlink. I can open /foo and write whatever I want there. But if I try to open another file like this, which is unmocked, which is not defined in test mock file, then it will die. And this is awesome for a unit test. When you want to try to run them in parallel, you can also speed up your unit test by doing this, because you don't need to access the file system at all. Yeah. So all of that exercise also allow us, me at least, to have a better knowledge of the Perl ops, to mock the file system for testing. And it also gives the birth to several ID for the Perl compiler, like what we call lazy ops, which means we are going to overload every Perl ops when we compile the binary, and we are only going to redirect to the accurate op on demand when that op is executed. That's what means the lazy there. Is when the op is executed, we are going to redirect to it. Otherwise, there will be a placeholder. And that gave us also the idea to do the same thing for the regex, which means we do not need to compile them at begin time, at startup time in the compiler. And it gives also some future improvement possibility for Perl itself, for enter sub, which is the sub that allows to run a function, because that sub is a monster and has different path for dealing with XS function and non-XS function. And this is a future improvement for the next, for the future version of Perl. And I think this is probably all I have to show today. So I don't know if you have any question, if some parts were absolutely unclear. Are you talking about test mock module, or are you talking about overload file check, or test mock file? Okay, test mock file is used in the unit test. Okay, so if we have a unit test in our code base, we use test mock file strict, which means if that test by accident access to a file, it will die. And then if it access to a file, it will die saying why, what file it is. Then I will have to mock it like this. Say, I'm going to simulate that that file exists, that file doesn't exist, that file has content X, Y, whatever. I can. The good thing is that it will not interact with another unit test that could compete on the same file. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but many were using this in unit tests. We're not using this for production code, if that's your question. That's just unit test. That's why it's prefixed with test mainly.
Test? Okay. Have you considered, instead of going for overriding Perl opcodes, to maybe run the test suite in like a fuse file system to kind of intercept all operations and do it on that layer? Is there, like, have you considered other options, and is there a particular reason you chose to overload Perl ops instead?
You mean isolate each test in its own fake file system?
Good question. I don't know.
What we were doing, okay,
right.
like a few years ago, we were running our tests sequential way to limit a concurrency between the tests. Then at one point we say, oh, we can have a huge speed up using test 2 on YAT to run these tests in parallel. The problem is we quickly understood that these tests were competing each other. When we were trying to fix them, to isolate them, the more you were fixing them, the more failures you had. And they were always different. It was a never-ending story. So we finally decided to say, okay, I'm going to do my run in parallel, using whatever 20, 18 CPU, how many you want. And then I will probably have 5 or 10 failures, never the same, but I'm going to run this one sequential. Okay. But here, the idea was kind of speed up the unit test, but more than this, being aware of the limiting the concurrency issues on files. Most of these files will be OTC pass WD, OTC host, shared, very basic shared file. So I don't know if you think about like mainly forking your file system, you will slow down all your unit tests, no? Because like we have ton of unit tests.
But if I
Yeah. Get the mic, just there.
Hello. I noticed in your test scape you're using $FH repetitively. Would it not cause any warning for using
To have the
$FH? Yeah, all 4 statements you have. Where you do.
Yeah. That's just example. You are saying if I have these 3 lines is my code base.
$FH in all 4 lines.
Yeah, it will.
It would cause warning?
Is it? I think so. Yeah, I think that is just example.
I was wondering, yeah, that would probably cause real warning by Perl in case.
Yeah, if you don't want to cause warning, you will need to add a scope there, and that will be fine. Yeah.
No, I was just wondering. I mean, if that's the case, or I'm giving too much.
Yeah, no, you are right.
Okay. Yeah. Just an observation.
Yeah.
No question as such. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. And yeah, you can get. I should have noticed at the beginning, but you can get the slides at that URL in the code bar there. QR code. I mean. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Oh, okay, red lights. Check, test. Okay, you got good audio? Get in there, you know you want to. All right. Okay, first of all, thanks for everyone that managed to fight through the post-lunch coma and come on down. All right, my name is, most of you probably know me, Jeff Goff. I'm currently working remotely, thankfully, for Clearbill Technologies out of Virginia. We might be hiring. I say might because I know that we have one place recently filled, and I think we have maybe one more slot. So come on down and talk to me afterwards, and we may be able to fit something in. So you're all here probably to learn about lazy caching. How many here are familiar, first of all, with DBIX class? Okay, excellent. Familiar and makes sense. All right. This module actually has been used in anger, as they say. It is quasi available right now on CPAN, or rather on GitHub. If you go to the repository, the talk right here is available already online from July. And the module, I believe, I will be pushing here to CPAN after I get final clearance and get one or two little bugs worked out. What I'm working with here is a basic dancer application and trying to speed things up in terms. As the old joke goes, the two biggest problems in computer science, as we all know, of course, are naming things, are cache validation, and off by one errors. As the thing goes, and I'm hoping to at least help clear up number two, which is caching in databases, which is not the greatest place to do caching. Usually we use something like Redis or something else, but what we're trying to do is speed up database access and cut down the number of actual writes to the database. And also, of course, you can't have just one thing. Have another feature, being able to do computed columns and be able to initiate a cascade when you write a record to when you write to a column. This system will let you essentially cascade to other columns and perform, as it were, magic in the database without the need of fancy triggers that certain languages might not support, or without, well, a lot of this can be done using triggers in common SQL databases, but in order to do that, you have to now, instead of maintaining just your Perl code, you know how to maintain your Perl code and your trigger code, and you have to know all of the situations where a change can be triggered. So overall, what's the module good for? First of all, we give you fine-grained control over column access. In our case, we have people coming on board that may not know that you're not supposed to tamper with certain columns in the database. So you're not allowed to update or delete certain columns in the database, and we stop that. You can do that again in SQL, but now you have to maintain both SQL code and Perl code if you follow that approach. Calculated columns are a relatively new feature in SQL. They are going to be in the 2020 or so spec, as far as I know, for SQL. And while some vendors have support for calculated columns, most still do not. So we are filling in a gap here. The idea behind a calculate column being that you have columns A, B, have columns int A and int B, and you want to create a calculate column int C from the sum of A and B. And that you can do right now in Postgres, Oracle, and a few of the major biggies, but a few of the major databases, but not all of them. So this gives you a platform neutral way to do that. And finally, the big one is how to know what to update when your data changes. What we're doing right now is we have essentially a small helper block that we add to your DBI schema, which says if anyone updates column A, please invalidate and recalculate columns B and C using this formula. So that's the main thrust behind this module. We have a lot of, unfortunately, largely unnormalized data that we're dealing with, and we need to make sure that the tables and records remain consistent no matter what happens. And we have, of course, business logic, which details that. And if you're like a lot of places, your business logic tends to get scattered throughout a lot of your code. And what we're trying to do here with this is move business logic back into your DBI schema, back into just the configuration section. So we have one place to look for code that needs to get up, for columns that need to get updated when you change something, instead of having to go through and have a create route that does the insert and change data. You have an insert, and read route which lists your data. You have an update route which also does other work to the data, and finally you have a delete route which also works on the same data. What we're doing here is collapsing all of those down to one block of code inside your schema where it will live without interfering with anything else. So there's no better way than to learn how this works with an example. So let's start out with a table. In our case, we're going to use a basic table. Again, this is denormalized for those of you that know databases. The total prices at the end should not be there in a fully denormalized form. Fully normalized form. Anyway, we have a project table and we have an item table. Projects are composed of a list of items. Items, as I'm reading off here, have a name, parent ID, and interrelations behind that, and a unit price. So what we are going to want to do eventually with this is be able to maintain the total prices for the projects. We want to maintain the number of units and total price for the items, and hopefully do all of that automatically. And by the time we get to the end, we'll have set up constraints. So all you need to do to use your DBI schema is to write a little bit of code which says total price of units is this, and update it whenever these two fields change. So if you ever go in and change the unit price or change the number of items on a particular item, or remove or update or update an item, it will maintain all that for you in one block of code in one file. That's the motivation behind this. So one of the things that we want to make sure of is in our data display, you have a list of IDs, obviously for your items that you want to display, but not necessarily want people to tamper with. So those we want to assign to be read-only. We want to take the total price of all the project items and compute that for you, and compute that. We know how to do that, but we don't want to have to do that every time something changes. So when you update an item, we want to change the project total price. Some of you may be worried, and I still am sort of worried, that this appears like some form of dark magic or hazy quantum action at a distance. And yeah, it is that. But it's all for getting a simple interface to the user where they can't do much to mess up. It's very appropriate if you have a fairly senior programmer, i.e. yours truly, and a few fairly junior programmers doing work and trying to communicate with that. No, Ruth, I'm not talking about you out there if you're watching. But what this sets up then is a collection of columns which all update themselves. So, for those of you that know what DBIX and DBI schema set up, you have here the pardon me. You have a project ID, a date type, and wouldn't it be nice if you just go in and, as part of a schema, say is nullable 0, just make it not nullable, so no one can change it? Well, we add that. It is actually these days called is read only. So you can sign essentially sign. Pardon me. The nullable feature actually was done a few months earlier, and I forgot about that. So there's both the nullable portion of the data, and there's also a read-only field, as you can see over here. So you have both. So you have both a null. You also, first of all, say. I'm sorry. My fault. Is nullable is actually to be DBIX schema. The read-only is our new field. So, first of all, before I go on much further, does anyone here use DBIX Candy to create schemas or any other work? Okay. This I found out while looking at how to implement the this package. And I am entirely incorrect here. All right, I got a little ahead of myself in slides. My apologies. One of the problems that you may encounter inside your DBIX schema is that there will be a section that DBI schema loader generates for you, which you absolutely cannot alter unless you want to set off an alarm next time you want to update the schema. So we allow this method here to set a read-only flag inside your DBI schema. But you may not want to do that for various reasons. Because what DBI schema does for you, and the DBI schema loader does, is it will add in a line saying, warning, do not update anything above that. So what we've done is created a set of methods that you can add and make your table IDs, or make your total, or make your prices, or make your names read-only with the, make read-only method. If you're using DBIX Candy, which no one here does, and I was surprised to learn that exists myself when I was doing some research, what this does is it shortcuts all of the underscore package methods and gives you your own names for that, which cuts out a lot of the clutter in DBIX. It is great to read. nicer way to read things, but it's not supported by Schema Loader right now. But still, we support that. So later on, you certainly can add in the is read-only if you like there. And we also add in flexibility to add in a make read-only method. So if you want to add in stuff later on with a, say, a role that you want to insert, or if you want to do a, or if you want to add subclassing in that fashion. Okay. So how should you go about you? So when you use this, when will you see this? This is all straightforward DBI's class code. The results set of our item. We find our item, and we want to change the ID from 1 to 42. Well, what happens here is you get the attempt to read modified read-only column in your log output. It's done silently so that the user never needs to see the error, but this way you can trap that error in your own code. Again, a small feature, but if you have a fairly large specification, a fairly large set of classes, and a large set of columns that you don't necessarily know what each one does, this way is an easy way to say, please do not mess with this column. So, what did we do? The first thing that we did was learn how to protect our sensitive data columns with either make read-only or is read-only in whatever format you use. We are pretty much agnostic. I do raw DBI's class. I do DBI's class with Schema Loader. I do DBI's Candy. Those are all there. The next thing what we want to do is learn how to update the total price on our ID, on items automatically. So the first step here is going to be saying that any change to the quantity will invalidate the total price and the project's total price, because we said earlier that a project is a list of items, and therefore when any of the associate items changes, that project will change. So we're now linking from a low-level set of columns in our item table up to a higher-level column in the project table. So what happens there is we have a lower-level access and we have the higher-level access, but this is all done through DBIX, so you have no worries about a change in one item. Pardon me. One item's project changing another item's project. That is guaranteed not to happen. Pardon me. Uh-oh, emergency. Okay, so anyway, so now the idea is that when you update the quantity of an item, we will essentially remove the total price because that has not changed. If you have an item, then if you have an item and a price and a number of items. So once the number of items changes or the total price changes, that will change the quantity, or vice versa, as it were. If you change the unit price, then you're going to need to change the total price because the unit price has changed. Because if you're shipping a widget for $2.30 and you have five widgets, is now $10. Well, 23, 46, 52. Say $5.20 for 4 items is now $2.40 is now $4 is now $5.60 per item, $5.80. Not that good doing math in my head at this point. So what you now have, there's one more part to go here. This part here simply removes the old data. Essentially, it's a way of invalidating and clearing cache in your data set. And again, it's a little bit of magic at a distance. And while I'm personally not a fan, you do what you gotta do. You can look at it in a bunch of ways. Again, we support DBIs. We support Candy. Pardon me. We support the DBIs Candy as well. So we have these. So we have the other formats here. Package invalidates. You can add that as well, or use straight up the keyword invalidate if you're using DBIs Candy. I should have mentioned at this point. If there are questions, by all means, feel free. I'm watching the audience. So just call out if you have any issues or questions. So now what's going to happen here is when let's see what I got. Okay. So now what's going to happen is live code. In ordinary DBIX class, what would happen is you find your item, you update the unit price, you change the quantity, and ordinarily you expect the total price, whatever it was beforehand, to remain the same. So now what happens when we are in the new system, that gets deleted, which is probably not a good thing because you're changing the total price of the items. But what I've not mentioned beforehand is also the lazy part of the lazy cache. And this change will get made, but you won't ever see it as a user in normal operation. Because what will happen here is the total price will actually get updated the next time you actually use it. So there's a little bit of entanglement there. So now, so the last part of the whole thing, last part of just first few columns, is taking the total price and adding the calculation here. And again, this way you can you have a lot of flexibility inside your typical DBI schema to do accessors, to change things, to update text. But this way it's all enclosed inside one schema file. And you can also go further and separate out just that little bit of logic that actually changes your fields. So it's now narrowed down to, is now all now narrowed down to the DBI schema file. And in a newer version of this, once we've got a few of the bugs worked out, you will no longer need to have invalidation to null. You can set up whatever columns you like. Say you want to have a cache date, a cache date timestamp to look at your data, so that next time someone actually views the data, you have an automatic invalidation time as well. So if it goes beyond, if the data is too old, then it will immediately get flushed and refreshed. That can be done right now in the current setup, but we're going to make things a little bit easier for subclassing and injecting roles later on. So what this does, hopefully fairly self-explanatory. Whenever you change the total price or update things, first of all, we're going to clear out the old unit price, because the unit price is dependent upon. I prefer the term really here, dependent upon fields, but it's not quite how things work, because of how you have to cross boundaries between the project and item. So you have that. The project's total price also gets invalidated and updated at that point. And again, this is all done in I do Perls 5 and Perls is programming, so this is done in more or less a lazy fashion. And again, you don't need to know the column name here, so you simply return the value that you want to assign without worrying about data type conversion. We handle all of that internally. Now, you might want to act now. Ordinarily, things get calculated right then and there, just to keep things straightened out, and that way people aren't looking at. People don't go in and update a field and wonder why things all of a sudden got deleted on themselves by themselves. And that way it cuts down support phone calls that I get, especially wondering, okay, why did we delete this? Why did you null this field out? I didn't do anything with that. So what we have right now is ordinarily it runs in non-lazy mode. So ordinarily you will not see the behavior that we got back here, printing that and returning 0. Ordinarily, what that does is it computes the value according to that formula right then and there. But one of the problems that we had with this that we are trying to solve was that there are some fairly long and complex calculations. It's not just a simple multiply two fields together. Apparently there's a lot more work going on in our client databases than we should be doing. So what we say, instead of updating every single record every single time, what we can do here is add the isLazy flag and say, don't worry about updating it, just the next time that you view the data, if you ever do that, then we'll take care of it for you. This is very useful if you're doing bulk updates, if you're doing, if all of a sudden your widget manufacturer adds 15% to the price of your widgets, then you have to go through and multiply each unit price by 0.15. And you don't want to have to recalculate projects every single time. You don't want to recalculate items every single time. So what you do then is you can either assume that will happen and use the isLazy flag, or we also have some methods as well to go through and to let you choose whether a field is lazy or not right now, and choose whether a field is read-only or not right now. So in the case of the manufacturers that I was talking about here, we have a manufacturer that has gone in and changed the prices on all of their items, adding 1% to all of them. So the column, it's pretty simple to do in DBIX. You loop through each item, you update the unit price with the current unit price plus 0.01. So you add 1 cent to all the unit prices. But as I said before, what happens is in our current schema, if you remember that items are tied to projects, this means that every time you update an item, you will update that project field as well. So if you have, say, a project that requires 50 items, then you have 50 items, you have 50 item updates and 50 project updates, which you probably don't want to do. So one easy thing is, if you expect that to happen a lot, the thing is simply set the isLazy flag on the unit price, and it will only update that whenever it needs to, or better yet, set the isLazy flag on the project ID, on the project total price, and it will do that only when it needs to do so at the very, very end of the calculation. Or you can use this feature here. We temporarily suspend all calculations within the block. So what happens is you still do the find. You still list the items, and then pick an arbitrary item, and say on that record, temporarily suspend all calculation inside here. So then go in and do your updates with the for my line loop on each entry. Add that, and when you close off, nothing will happen. Nothing there will happen until you actually update or view the total price. So we've created essentially a cluster of fields here that all are interdependent. And this way, whenever you say update a item price, everything still maintains integrity. Everything still has the same value as it should. We have other features in the background that test for this as well. For instance, whenever you do, we have one feature that whenever you view a column, it will check this, which of course is a little bit slow because you're running the calculations that we are supposed to not be running very often. Anything else? So this is a way. This is also, by the way, stolen pretty much directly from the schema transactions. And in reality, what will happen is you won't need to use the $IM0 there and just be able to do this from a schema level and not worry about how you're representing the text. What particular item is in what particular object. This is one problem that I need to address here when I get back home. And of course, if you want to, we have a whole bunch of ways to actually let you do this. The original DBX class way would be to use the new add calculation method, so that your total price now is a calculation and not scattered out throughout your application code, scattered out through your controllers, and out in views. It's now all in one place. You can do that with straight DBIS class update, or you can do that with the DBIS class Candy adapter as well, and it's used straight add calculation. It is the same internally, so it works out pretty well. So it works out the same way each way. So what we learned from all this stuff here is that hopefully that you can protect your database a little bit more from whether it be junior programmers going in and updating columns that they shouldn't, or just if you have, say, a large organization and people don't necessarily know what to do with the current set of tables and how they're currently used. You can block features with that. You can use the read-only flag if you like. Columns cache invalidation can't happen across tables. So from one table you can update columns in another table and get rid of those. What I have here with the project and item is a fairly small mixture. Is a fairly small set of tables to work with, but we're right now working with roughly 4 to 5 different permutations of columns and tables, and we're getting into yarns and threads and all sorts of fun pre-calculation and post-calculation, and those are all working out so far pretty well for us. There will right now. The feature for coordinate columns is not quite there, but you can do that if you want by overriding how we check to see if a field is lazy or needs to be recalculated. You can change that yourself and not have to worry about using nulls for any of the columns. I'm kind of running to the end of here. Are there questions here about how things about how this is all going on? Any comments? Any thoughts? I realize this is a little bit, definitely a little bit on the short side. Last time it came up till about 45 minutes, I had a lot of questions from people. Aha! I should explain that beforehand. Yeah, given that I do a lot of work in Perl 5 and Perl 6, I think the question was, this is all for Perl 5? Is that? Okay. Yeah, despite the fact that I do a lot of blogging on Perl 6, this is all still very much Perl 5 code. Okay, fire away. Okay, the question is this module useful if you're only doing selects on data? I would offhand say no, because what we're trying to do is, my personal belief here about our data set is that actually the problems that we're experiencing are just a missing index in a field somewhere. But if you're doing read-only, this is more for the front end. This is more for a front end application, or for say cron jobs that go in and update data every so often. Right now, what we're using for is in an application for car rental agent. I'm sorry, for car dealerships, where they need to know the current price. They need to know the current purchase value of cars on their lot, which changes very often. It can change based on economic factors. It can change based on whether someone rolls a new model in on the lot, the old one drops in price. So we have a lot of calculations going on in the background every time you want to view a car. So right now, what happens when you click on the front screen to view all of the vehicles on the lot, it has to go in and do a lot of work for each car to calculate the current value of cars on the lot based on age and a lot of other factors going on. So right now it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, calculating each field, and is extremely slow. So what we did here was, because most time you don't need to know what the purchase price of you will need to see the purchase price of the vehicle displayed, but you don't necessarily need to know all of the details of what the car's history is. Was it damaged on the lot? Is someone behind on payments? You don't need to know that, and what this does here is helps to isolate all of that. So you don't necessarily need to calculate each time all of the fields on that car. This is basically to prevent to work around, if you will, the unfortunate notion of the so-called God object database programming, where you have essentially one table where everything derives from, and if you make any changes to that one table, the changes ripple throughout the database. So we're trying to basically mitigate that change. So when you change one thing, it does not ripple down until it needs to, because most of the time, when you're, like I said, viewing, if you just want to know what's on the lot right now that I can sell this guy, he's coming in looking for something in the $45,000 to $50,000 range. What do I have on here right now? And right now, the application is too slow to do that. So what I'm doing is trying to cache just the purchase price of the car. And anything else here can be done in a purely lazy fashion, and not need to worry about the last damage that was done, or that sort of thing. So this is very much done on a highly denormalized database. So I don't expect that. I would hope that you're all working with nice, clean, normalized databases, but we all know the realities here. All databases have columns here that don't necessarily depend upon, that shouldn't be there or should be tracked differently. And this is a way, hopefully, to work around those situations where you have that one column that you just are always forgetting to update in your data set. This way you take that one column and put calculation inside your DBI schema and forget about it. That's kind of the whole, that's more or less what I'm aiming here for. Any other questions? Okay. I don't see anyone here, so I think we will wrap it up and still have 4 minutes for you guys to go to supper or go to the next class. Thank you.
vast improvement. Hi, thank you very much for being here. My name is Gigi Merello. It's probably not the best of times because it's siesta time. So if I fall asleep, yes, also I have no pressures. You know, Jonathan Worthington is here, my family is here, so it's like, you know. So I really had to prepare a new talk for this time because I've been doing evolutionary algorithm Perl asterisk all the time. So my first talk was evolutionary algorithm in Perl. And now I'm going to do again evolutionary algorithm in Perl 6. So I want to do something totally new. And I finally managed it yesterday after coming back from the dinner. Yeah, literally. I mean, look at the comments. It's exactly like that. So basically, evolutionary algorithms are optimization methods, right? So you have to optimize something like for instance, this is a thing that we use quite often. It's called Royal Road. And basically, what it does is it takes a vector of Boolean values, or 1 or 0s, and it divides it in chunks of 4, and you are going to get a 1 only if it's all 0 or all 1. You say, I mean, this is probably not like a very interesting function, but it's interesting in the sense that you can change some stuff and still get the same value, right? So if you change from 0, 1, 1, 0 to 0, 1, 1, 1, you are going to still get 0, right? So it's kind of, you are going to make the string evolve in such a way that not everything you do is going to change it for the good. So it's kind of a difficult thing for evolutionary algorithms. In general, what you're going to have is something like a function where you're going to have some kind of, you know, data structure or whatever, and you're going to get a value out of that. And generally, what you want to do is to make that value as big as possible. So you want to maximize something, right? It's also used for searching. As soon as you can kind of formulate your problem in such a way that it's a distance from something, or it's a score for something, you can do it in evolutionary algorithm. By the way, I'm using he here as in chromosome just because. And also, you know, junctions and all the stuff. This is, yeah, you know, I like it. Just because I can, you know. Then what we do is we take that problem, which is an array of Boolean values, and we are going to evolve a set of solutions to that problem, right? So we don't only have one and tweak it a little bit and see if it's a little bit better. We have a whole array of them, right? So we have like several chromosomes, all with the same length, right? And we create an array of arrays of Booleans, and that's the initial population, right? So we're going to have that from the beginning, and that's what we are going to evolve. So we are going to apply stuff to it. What kind of stuff are we going to apply? First, we have to evaluate them. What's going to be the score of every member of the population? We do that using maps, right? This is a nice thing, actually. So the first thing you do is you get the population, you get the unique members for several reasons. First one is because you don't want to evaluate something twice, right? So if something is twice in the population, you don't want to deal with it twice. Then you apply a map, and then eventually you have a mix. So everything you have together, you put it into a mix. A mix is a data structure that's something you use in Perl 6, which is kind of, well, it's kind of a mix. So every element is going to get a weight. So you got lots of elements. Every one of those elements is going to get a weight. And that weight is going to be exactly the fitness or the score we have for each one of them, right? That's also another reason why we use unique. If we don't use unique, you got two members which are exactly the same, with exactly the same thickness. And when you create the mixture of that, it's going to add their weights together to get everyone. I mean, that was a bug that took me a long time to debug. So we got a mix, and the mix is kind of several members of the population. Every member of the population has like a score, right? This is fine for evolutionary algorithms because we use that for selecting the best. We just do it this way. We just roll the dice as many times as we want. Population size. What this is going to return is weighted by the score. So we are going to get more copies of those with a highest, with a greater score. We are going to get less copies or no copies of those with a lower score. This is something that takes like forever. You know, in traditional languages, this is just fine in Perl 6. So just one line. And then we interchange bits. This is a new version of the crossover. I had an old version of the crossover, which was not really Perl 6y. This one is more Perl 6y. And just check out what I do. This crossover is kind of, you get like an array, you get another array, you get a chunk in the middle of the array, you put it in the second one, and you get, it's like a splicing a chromosome, right? So you get something in the second array, you put it in the first one, and then you take the same chunk of the first one, you put it in the second, right? So what do? We zip the two chromosomes together. So we put them together, right? Then we select the two crossover points. This one is going to be, farther away. The first one is going to be, just here. And then we take the pairs, and if they are between the first and the second, we reverse the pair, right? See right here? We reverse the pair. If they are in that part, we kind of reverse the pair. And then what do we do in the end? We do this, which effectively creates two different chromosomes of the set of pairs. This is just awesome. I just love it. And then you put it in a slip. Why? Because eventually what we are going to do is we are going to put that back into a big array. So a slip is kind of a small array that when you put it into a bigger array, it's going to kind of meld together with that. Okay? So we have to apply this again to a part of the population, and we take the reproductive pool, which we created before. We pick just 1/5 of them, so just 1/5 of the population is going to do that. And then using map, we apply the crossover. Why 1/5? Well, we have something called the fifths rule. So that means that we're going to divide the population in fifths. We're going to apply something to a fifth, something to another fifth, and so on. But there is something interesting here. It's again, we are using rotor. Since the original reproductive pool is already random, we don't care about picking random elements of the population because this reproductive pool is already random. So if we take two consecutive members of the population, it's no big deal. They're going to be random anyway. So once again, it's something that classical evolutionary algorithms do take a long time in randomizing. We are going to pick with whatever. We don't care here, right? And then we mutate some of them. So mutation is basically picking one of the bits, one of the Boolean elements of that array, and flipping it, right? So we do it like this. So we select a random element in the array. We apply XOR to true, which means that if it's 0, it's going to become 1, and the other way around. True, false, the other way around, that. And we return it. Again, we apply it to 3/5 of the population. So that 60% of the population is going to do this. So, and we append it to the population. So we got a few of them that are going to be crossed or applied crossover. 3/5 of them are going to undergo mutation. And then we repeat that until a solution is found, right? Give me 1 second. I think this is not the latest version. I didn't push the latest version, so that doesn't mean that I just finished it just a little while ago. So we are going to use this one, which is the good one. Okay. Let's select, interchange bits. Right, we've done that, mutate. We repeat on the solution. Okay. Some of them, we love them just the way they are. So we just keep them for the next population, right? Remember that the number of individuals is proportional to their fitness. So some of them are bound to be relatively good, right? Okay, so this is how it works, right? So it finds a solution pretty much there. So I have represented the solution in kind of using blocks, so that you see that you have blocks of 4, right? Some of them are white, which is 0, I think. Some of them are not. So it kind of evaluates, not so many. This is twice the speed, but still it's quite speedy. I mean, it takes some time. But anyway, we can do it a little bit better. There was a small evolutionary algorithm. In this case, we increase the length, and we also increase the population we are going to use. This is 3x speed, but you see that it doesn't take like such a long time in finding the solution. It's 44 lines of code, just 44 lines of code. I've never written, I've written evolutionary algorithms in almost every language in the world, every language, really. Objective-C, C++, C, Pascal, you name it. JavaScript, Perl, of course. I've never done it in so few lines. And some of them are kind of cosmetic, like printing this, print that, you know, convert it. So it's fast, but still. I mean, you get this incrementing speed when you do this kind of thing, but we need kind of faster, right? So if we do something like communicative sequential processes, we could kind of do that a little bit faster. And this is kind of what I have been doing for the last year or so in several conferences and published papers. You know, I am a professor, this is what I do, so this is what I do, right? So we are going to do task parallelism so that we do stuff at the same time, right? The thing is that we need to kind of change, not that one which I just did, because it's kind of stateless, so we don't have like a global state. We just have a population that's changing all the time. But as you see, we have first-class functions which you know, take something and they output something, so it's very easy. But we need to do that kind of thing for the whole algorithm, so that it's easy to put it into different threads, so that those different threads interchange information through channels, and they do that kind of thing. And we need to do that for a function. So we need a reactive and functional EA. That one I just did is pretty much reactive, so we could kind of parallelize it, so I will kind of do it later. But the one I had before, so what I did was D-state EFI, evolutionary algorithm. So instead of using loops, instead of using any kind of global state, instead of having some way of knowing how everything is going in every thread, because that would be slow, I kind of tried to do it in a different way using channels. So channels is a way of implementing these communicating sequential processes. It's a way of achieving task parallelism, which was implemented by Jonathan Worthington, and it works pretty well. I have like many slides missing here. So it kind of, it's because it's not clicking. Okay, so this is what I do, right? The first thing we do is I put a population, I evaluate it through a generation so that I get an incoming population, and this generation, which applies only one generation of evolutionary algorithm, creates another population. This initial population is read from one channel, which I am going to call channel 1, right? And then eventually, when I do some stuff to it, you know, I check if it's the best or whatever, I send it to another different channel. It's called a mixer channel. But also what I do is, instead of sending the population, I compute the frequencies of the best elements of the population. So instead of saying, I have this population, I'm going to send it there, the complete population, and you have to make do with that. What I do is I take 1/4 of the population, and I compute what is the frequency for the one in the first position, for the one in the second position, and so on and so forth. And I send that. Why? Several reasons. First one is basically because you are using a channel. If you are using a channel, you are writing lots of stuff to the channel, that's going to be slow, right? If you do this, it's going to be faster. Of course, you're going to have the overhead that you have to actually compute the frequencies, but it's no big deal. And besides, we are actually using this mixer channel to mix the frequencies of two different threads that are coming together in that channel. So this mixer channel takes frequencies from one generation, the output of one generation, takes the frequencies out of another generation, and then uses a crossover, very similar to what we did with a single evolutionary algorithm, and mix it together to create kind of the recipe for a new population. It's not going to be a new population, it's going to be the frequencies of a new population. And that's going to be sent back to this channel, right? And then from this channel, it's going to do it all over again until it finds a solution, right? So the basic idea is that we had something like this. We want to have some evolutionary algorithms that really scale. We wanted to kind of use as many threads as possible so that we could do it as fast as possible. And we got something like this, right? So we don't have that fancy tool that Jonathan just presented this morning. I think this is going to improve a lot when I start using that tool. But the basic idea is that we had a population, right? If we had a population of, let's say, 1,000, if we were using 2 threads, we were going to divide. We're going to have in every thread 500 elements of the population. If we were using 4, we were going to use 250, and so on and so forth. So we were dividing the population that had 2 different effects. First, it's going to change the algorithm, because the algorithm is going to behave in a different way. When evolutionary algorithm works on smaller population, it's going to change stuff. So it means that on one hand, you are going to have a worse algorithm because this population is smaller, less diversity. Diversity is good, also for evolutionary algorithms. So this timing is not really raw timing because you are not doing exactly the same thing in more threads. It's the interaction among the threads itself, the division between threads and the algorithm itself, because it's going to behave in a different way. Anyway, what I am computing is the amount of evaluation that I am doing in a second. If we, and you see that it increases slightly. Why? It goes up until 6 or so. Then it plateaus when you get to 8. I think that basically that is because we are reaching the amount of physical threads that the computer had available. Because this computer had like 16 cores, but still you have to all other processes to do something in their thing. So I think that's relatively good. But the good thing is that we manage it to scale. We manage it to scale through using channels, through using this trick of dividing the population between different elements, and also the trick of, instead of sending the whole population, sending kind of a chromosome for reconstructing the population. Concluding, this is science. And it's open science. It's open science in the sense that we do everything in GitHub. That means that if you go to this repository, right here, you're going to see all the papers that we are writing, all the logs of the experiments we did, the good, the bad, and the ugly, everything, all the R scripts that I use to kind of process and also represent that. I use R for this, for instance, because R is awesome. I mean, it's got ggplot and it's a very nice tool. So everything is there. And also, you will see me interacting with my students, kind of saying, you have to fix this, you have to fix that, you got to do this, you haven't done this, anything like that. Everything is there. Also, a nice thing is that we use something called knitter, which means that all the data processing and data visualization code is in the paper. So you can look at the, actually what I did with this was to extract the R code from my paper and then replot the thing so that they could be visualized. So it's open science, it's in GitHub. We welcome any kind of pull requests, questions, everything, right? And it's a new algorithm, and I think that's an interesting thing. So we had to rethink how evolutionary algorithms work so that they could work in this environment. We are still working on that, but I think that we might be able to have a pretty fast thing in the near future overall with these new tools in Perl 6. So basically that's it. Thank you very much. I think we have time for several questions, right? Like 8 minutes or so? No? No time? No time at all? Okay, so thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Worthington, and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I'll be giving a keynote there talking about Perl 6 concurrency and parallelism, exploring some of the technology that we have, how they are useful, and how I've been putting them into production systems so that we can take advantage of these exciting opportunities that Perl 6 gives.
Hi, my name is Julian and I work in the UK at Olio, where we make hiring software. My job is to train junior Perl developers, and in my talk in Riga I'm going to tell you how I find them.
I used to think of software as the struggle to write perfect code that will never break, and now I realize I have to write code that anticipates failure and breakage and being replaced.
Teams are self-contained, and in most cases it is upon the team itself that decides the direction they want to take.
We need to spend some time in doing team meetings to actually go through all the details of an idea, like what is the expected outcome and what is the problem we are solving.
I'm not restricted that, you just have to do this, you just have to do that. I can always come up with new ideas, and I'm given the leeway to go ahead with them.
You always can change your team or the project, and it's very easy.
You just talk to the team, say, hey, I really like the product you're working on, can I just join your team? And usually they will say yes.
Besides being tech savvy, you need to be, very good with people.
If you cannot deliver your idea or your message clearly, then it's going to be a little bit rough to you.
You really want to solve tasks and you want to make life better.
Openness to change, openness to listening, openness to learning.
The curiosity to dig one layer or two layers deep down in the stack, that would be the hacker spirit that I would like to see.
We have a lot of data and we can easily use those data to actually influence something, actually do something.
There is no way that you do not grow from working on a project because you have full autonomy.
If you are interested in learning, then this is actually a very good environment for you to join.
I love what I do, I love where I work, I love the people I work with.
And also I like Amsterdam, can I say that?
My name is Lee Johnson. I live in Switzerland and we are surrounded by mountains. And my talk is going to be called Moving Mountains with Perl. It's about using a very old camera with a Raspberry Pi to shoot photos of mountains. And I will be using a little bit of Perl to do that.
Hello, my name is Max Maischein. I'm from Frankfurt and I'll be presenting about what I learned about SQL in 2018. My talk will cover window functions, a very powerful technique in SQL, and also common table expressions which allow you to structure your SQL in a very readable way. I hope you come to my talk and enjoy the conference.
Hello, my name is Thomas Klausner. I'm from Vienna, and I'm going to talk about how you can deploy Perl applications using Docker, Kubernetes, GitLab, and some other fancy cloud stuff. And all of those hoops you have to jump through to get your code into the cloud.
Hello, I'm Steffen Winkler. I'm from Erlang and Perlmongers, and the topic is about my module local text domain OO, and I explain in the first part how you can use it in your own project, and the second part is a little complicated, or how to handle translations automatically. And I hope you join my talk.
Community for me is about the well-being of everybody. It's a collaboration between different individuals that can contribute towards growing each other and to connect to a bigger mission, something that we can achieve together. Data science is about creating intelligent algorithms that can convert human-made decisions into decisions that machine can make for us. Data science is exciting for me because of the ability to discover patterns in the data, connecting the dots or solving some kind of puzzle. We have about 200 data scientists all across the world at Booking.com. We create our own internal meetups. We share ideas. Externally, I think we have the similar behavior. We share a lot of the knowledge that we gathered with the community. So in 2011, together with a bunch of friends, we just decided that we want to create some unofficial scientific event, so we decided to take it to the bar. The lectures focus on having fun around this. Today, it's in way bigger volumes. We have an event almost every day, and I enjoy that other people can benefit from the initiative that I started. As a team lead, your job to drive your team members to success. Your success is not only about what you do, your success about how you contribute to others.
Hi there, I'm Job van Achterberg. I'm one of the speakers at Perlcon in Latvia, Riga from August. And I'll be speaking about CAPTCHAs, where they came from, why they're really a terrible idea, and what you can use instead. Hope to see you there.
Hello, I'm Choroba from Prague. I work as a software engineer at Good Data, and I'm going to the Perl Conference to present a talk on a slightly controversial Perl 5 topic, threads. I'm going to show you how to use them safely, even with thread unsafe modules, and to present an alternative that you can find on CPAN. See you in Riga!
Hi, I'm Dave Cross. I'm the author of Data Munging with Perl, and I blog about Perl at perlhacks.com. I'm a senior Perl developer at FairFX here in London. The conference runs from the 7th to the 9th of August, but the day before that I'll be running a one-day training course on modern web development techniques using Perl. We'll be covering Perl tools like Dancer, Moose, DBIX class, but also more general web development tools like Bootstrap, jQuery and Moustache. I look forward to seeing you in Riga.
Hi, my name is Jay Merello. I'm going to talk about apocrypha stories about Perl 6 documentation. The thing is that the people who was doing Camellia was totally different to the people who was writing this. There was a kind of mismatch between one and the other. My talk in Perlcon, where I'm going to talk about this, what we are doing now with the Perl 6 documentation system or framework or something. We want to do with it in the future and how to take it, to really be the 100-year documentation system for the 100-year language. That's it.
Hi guys, this is Mohammed. Probably you know me by my pose ID, Manward. I'm going to give a talk at Perl Conference in Riga about tip and contributors, do's and don'ts. Please do come and join me. It's going to be lots of fun. I'm going to share my personal experience. Okay, see you there. Bye.
Hello, my name is Saif and I'm presenting at the Perl Conference at Riga this August. I work as an orthopedic surgeon, I teach tissue engineering, and I'm a hobby programmer. Until recently I've been a selfish programmer, coding for my own little projects. I would like to share with you one aspect of Perl programming that is often neglected, the graphical user interface. GUI programming in Perl can be challenging, but I will demonstrate the world's easiest GUI designer guide fade. You will create such an application and one of you will win a prize.
Hello, I am Alexander Kirchen and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am a software developer at Adumen, where I am making nice things with Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to briefly explain the ideas behind Crow, a framework for building reactive and distributed systems, and how I used it for implementing the LDAP protocol in Perl 6. We will look at implementation HUDs with fun parts, and the end-user interface with fun parts. See you this summer! Hello, I'm Alexander Kiryukhin and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I'm working at Edument, where I'm making nice things using Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I'm going to give an overview of a bunch of Perl 6 modules I made to support a subset of the ASN1 spec, from the parsing stage to compile type generation with the meta-object protocol, all using Perl 6, and how its unique features made it possible to be elegant about the task. So see you in Riga!
Without core infra, nothing would work. It's infra. That's what everything runs on.
A lot of people tell me like, oh, but you are like a website, like what you do there as a network engineer, like it's not exciting. I'm like, no.
We are now over 30,000 servers, and we operate all of those.
We own all the way down to the hardware, all the way up to the services.
It's a lot of infrastructure to maintain, to connect, to monitor.
As core infrastructure engineers, we need to think further down the line. So let's say, where will we be in 2 years from now or 5 years from now?
In core infra, we have different tracks, focus on different products. It's a little bit different from other companies because we mix the system engineers with developers in the same team.
Your team will likely be responsible for a few services, which means you really get a wider expertise across multiple things.
The product keeps evolving, the infra has to keep up, so that the product itself as a whole can be functional and be beneficial to everyone who intends to use it.
The most exciting part of my work at the moment is building an ecosystem around real-time data processing.
Container-based application deployments. Can I say that?
Our load balancer solution is built in-house, but we also use quite some open source tooling.
You are the one that continuously looking for new technologies.
Every day is like a new challenge to how we can escalate better, how we can do things in a more efficient and automated way.
People need very strong ownership because what we do is very business critical.
The ability to be calm in a lot of chaos.
The love of problem solving.
Open to diversity, open to skill sets. We have great technical challenges that are constantly changing because we are always growing.
We entrust in our developers a lot of responsibilities, and that then empowers them to take whatever problem they are solving to its logical conclusion.
If you want to actually help people experience the planet more,
if you really want to see like the purpose, like business impact, like this is your place to be.
Just do it.
Hi, my name is Arne Sommer. I have a master's degree in computer science and I've programmed in Perl since 1989. This 2-day course, beginning Perl 6, is aimed at programmers that hasn't tried Perl 6, but at least hasn't tried very hard. see the web page for the course for more information.
Hello, my name is Martin Becker. I am a developer of computer algebra software on CPAN and elsewhere. Some of my current projects involve modules with lots of pre-computed data. In my talk on Perlcon, I will show what I learned about how and where to store such data reliably within a distribution. I hope you enjoy the presentation and the conference in general. See you in Riga.
Right. Welcome to the last presentation of this conference, except for what's going on later with the lightning talks. ECS6 is the name, and you have the presentation as a PDF, the URL to that. I guess you read that bit. Why write a lot of code when you can let Perl 6 do most of the job for you? Programmers repeat themselves all the time. Reinventing the wheel can be fun, but modules and object orientation are helpful in reducing the code base. And, as you know, the Perl 6 designers took a hard look at the common tasks and came up with ways to reduce the amount of code we have to write. The result is a lot of very powerful keywords in the core language, and this talk takes a look at some of them. This is not an introduction to Perl 6. If you want that, you can look up one I did last year in Oslo. A little bit about me. I've been programming Perl for 30 years. So quite a long time. I started with Perl 3, so yeah. I live in Oslo, Norway, and I'm active in Oslo PM. If you want to contact me for some reasons, that's my email address. I have a Perl 6 blog with a very nice domain name, I think, as long as the name of Perl 6 doesn't change. So please don't. With 25 articles, the last one today. Most of them in response to the Perl Weekly Challenge. So thank you for that. I'm working on several Perl 6 courses. And the first one should have been held here, but was cancelled due to lack of interest. That's your fault. Then the presentation. The first topic is new lines. In Perl 5, you have to add the new line manually at the end of the line. Yeah, sorry about that. And with say, you get the new line automatically. A shorter keyword and an automatic new line added. And of course, Perl 6 has print as well if you want it. If you want to have control of the lines. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. Perl 5 also has say, so it's the same there now. But this is not so much as a comparison of what Perl 5 has today, but what Perl 5 didn't have when Perl 6 arrived. So a lot of it has been backported afterwards. But input to read a line from the keyboard without the trailing new line. In Perl 5 you have to use chomp on it, but in Perl 6 the new line is automatically removed. So you avoid that mess. You can do in and output at the same time. In Perl 5 you have to do it in 2 commands. In Perl 6 you can use prompt. Yeah. Everything I talk about today is built in. Files. Next topic. New lines. You heard about them. You can forget all about it in Perl 6. Perl 6 takes care of it. Reading a file in Perl 5, open it, iterate over the lines, do something about them, and close the file handle afterwards. In Perl 6, just treat the file name as an object, as an IO object, and attach lines to it, and you get all the lines back. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Don't be picky. We can take it later if that's. If you want an entire file in Perl 6, you can just use slurp, and you get it in one single string with new lines and everything intact. And if you want to split it on into lines, you can use lines on that variable with the content. Writing a file in Perl 5, open it, printing the lines, and closing the file handle. Perl 6, well, you do the same, except if you want to write the entire file at once, you can use spurt. And you don't have to worry about closing the file handle. Everything is taken care of by that single command. You have a program that takes a file name as argument, and you have to check if the file exists. In Perl 5, the -e and the -r commands. In Perl 6, they are slightly renamed by the IO class, and we can do it in the main, the magic main subroutine. You don't have to use it, but it saves you some work. Next topic, if and alternatives. Stacked conditions. If you want to check if a value is between two values, you have to, in Perl 5, stack them like that. And beware of precedence, so use the right sort of and. In Perl 6 you can write this code. We can avoid avoid using if in Perl 6. If you have an if block like that in Perl 5, you can, in a procedure, you can in Perl 6 do it with multiple dispatch. Different versions of the procedure call depending on the argument. The first one here, with just a hard-coded value, is a short form for that one. Just a hard-coded value is perfectly all right if you are fine with losing the variable. If you need the variable for something, you of course cannot do that. Junctions. Complicated ifs. In Perl 5, if you want to check if a variable is one of several distinct values, you have to do it that way. In Perl 6, you can do it with the junctions. The benefit is that it's less typing, and you don't have to type the variable name all the time. So it's less error prone. You can also do it like that. An explicit junction with any. And they work in assignments as well. So now the variable a has the values 1 and 2 at the same time. And you can compare them for that value 1 and 2, and it will return true for both of them. So now we can implement Schrödinger's cat in Perl 6 if you want to. The type system. In Perl 5 we have no type system except classes with a strange syntax. In Perl 6 we have a full type system. We can choose to use it if you want to, or ignore it. But everything is an object and can be treated as such, if you want to. And we have classes. Types, Perl 6. If you declare a variable of a type as an int, it breaks if you try to assign a non-integer value to it. And the same with a string. It breaks if it tries to assign a numeric value to it. You saw this yesterday, I think. And it's interesting because COBOL got it right a long time ago, so yeah, here we are. And finally Perl 6 rectifies that. Rational numbers. 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 equals 1 in the natural world, but not for most programming languages. It does in Perl 6 and Perl 5 now, for some reason. They do this by storing 2 integers for a value of the type rat, the numerator and the denominator. And the actual value is first computed when we print it. So it's stored as 1 and 3 right up to we print it. A rat value is it's smart, so it will reduce the value as much as possible. So if you try to add 1/3 and 1/5, and then use the Perl method to see what is actually going on inside the language, we get the value stored internally, and that is 8/15. Integers. You get error checking for free if you use the type system in procedures like this. The result is a compile time error. The earlier you catch an error, the better. So, and the error message is quite impressive. It tells you exactly what is going on. If you skip the types on the arguments in the procedure, we get a runtime error instead. So this will happen after some part of the program has been running. Right. Let's say we have a procedure that demands a prime number as input. Can specify it in a where clause on the argument like this. And it will fail if you try to pass it something that isn't an integer. Sorry, isn't a prime number. If you have a lot of procedures doing exactly the same, it's tiresome to write where blah 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 is prime all the time. So then we can declare a custom type with a subset command like that, and specify the type prime on the arguments. And you don't actually have to specify of int in this case. We can test it. Call it with 1, and it fails because 1 is not a prime number. If you call it with 3, then it's okay. And because we used a custom type, the error message actually tells us exactly what is wrong. Custom types, they work with the variables, but you can also do type constraints on them manually if you want that. But that gives not as good error messages. Randomness and ranges. Let's say we want a random integer between 10 and 99, both included. The normal way to do this is with the rand function. And this is how to do it. And it's very easy to get it wrong. So in Perl 6, you use pick, specify the range, and just pick one of the values. Impossible to get wrong. Yeah, this is a range. A list of consecutive integers from the first value to the last one, both included. We can skip either the first, the last, or both of them by adding a carré on the relevant side. A loop that we want to execute 10 times. Can do it like that. Or we can use the but not including carré as a shortcut and specify it like that. Do this 10 times. It's the same as the first one, except that the values are off by 1 or -1. They start with 0 and end with 9. And this is actually a good thing, because an index value of 0 is probably a good place to start, depending on what we are going to do with it. Sequences. Arrange the first one with 2 dots. In between can only hold consecutive increasing integers, but the sequence can hold all types of numeric values in any order and strings. Both of them are usually lazy. The values are only calculated when actually needed. So a range from 1 to infinity is all right. It isn't computed until we actually need it. So, to use them, you have to use a binding instead of assignment to ensure that we don't try to evaluate them. And you cannot bind it to an array. You have to use binding to a scalar. So this will probably look familiar to a Perl 5 programmer, but it's not an array lookup. Yeah?
In the sequence.
Yeah.
The first one is alpha, the string alpha, and the second one, infinity, is omega. What will be the second?
That would work as long as it would treat the string as a number and increase the last character until it reaches the upper limit, and do tens increment, so to speak, to on earlier one. If you understand. But you can try it, but be careful, because if you miss, then you're going on to infinity. But you have the suck, S-O-S-U-C-C method that you can use on the string to get the next value, and that will tell you exactly what you will get by a sequence like that on the string. Perl 6 recognizes some simple sequences by telling it the rule. This is the first one is every second value, and the next one is multiplied by 2, and the compiler understands that. If it doesn't understand what you're trying to do, like in the third one, it fails. If you want to have complicated rules, you can specify that. But I'm not going into that now. But note that the error message is only given when you actually try to access the values. This is the so-called deferred error, where it doesn't. The exception is only triggered when you use a value. You can try that one. It doesn't blow up when you do it, as long as you do not try to access the value afterwards. The say line here is the one that's causing the error. If you try this in REPL, it will fail there, because REPL will try to output the value. So beware of that. We can set up a sequence of prime numbers like this. All integers from 1 to infinity, and just grep out the one that are primes. And then print the 10 first ones, for instance, like that. Here we have the prime type again, and the number of primes, and we can declare a variable of the prime type, and get the 8th prime, which is 23. And if you then try to add one to it, it fails, of course, because 24 is not a prime. But we can fix the ++ operator. We can declare our own version of the postfix ++, where the argument is a prime number. The argument is declared as is read-write, because we are changing the value. So we have to do that in order to get the changed value back. And what it does is just start with the next value after the one we get in, and towards infinity, and check if it is a prime. If it is, then we write it back, otherwise we loop through. And we have to do this sort of strange lookup, because we cannot just add one to the value, because then it wouldn't be a prime anymore, so it would fail immediately. So you have to use a helper variable to do the test. That's $_ here. And using it, as you see There we can start with the prime and just use plus plus to get the next prime. Yeah. Don't do this. This will only confuse everybody. Defined or not. Boolean values. Perl 6 has the Boolean values true and false built in. But the line between Boolean values and numbers is blurred. So you can actually coerce them to a numeric value if you want to. True is 1 and false is 0. And this means that Perl 6 has the same support for using anything in a Boolean context as Perl 5. With the same problems. Especially that one. A value equals 0 is false. Exactly as you have it in Perl 5. So you have to check if the value is defined if you want to, if that is what you want to do. Regexes and alternatives. Perl 6 regexes respect Unicode properties. The first one there is actually a Roman numeral as a single Unicode character. And it is a digit. And also the German double S is a letter. Letter is a character class. There are many of them, and they have decent names. So you can write regexes that's easier to understand. The funny quotes around the result are there to tell us that this is a match object and not a string. Don't use match objects if you don't want to use them as a match object. Stringify them. The complex regex. This is a Perl 6 regex that parses a URL, or tries to at least. It has some errors in it, but well, adding comments, as done here, certainly helps a lot, but this isn't very readable. I note that in Perl 6 you can add new lines and comments as much as you want inside regexes. So yeah. A grammar instead, doing the same thing. The main point is that we give each part of the expression to match names, and the names are hopefully self-explanatory, so we can actually get away with this code without commenting it. Well, sort of, but it's much easier to understand. The rest of it. This was a Perl Weekly challenge, so the link at the bottom is to the article where I did this, if you want to or want the details of it. This is this week's Perl Weekly Challenge. I posted the article today, so write a script to accept the string from command line and split it on change of character. For example, if the string is A, B, B, C, D, E, E, F, then it should split like A and B, B, and C and D and E, E, and F. How would you do this? This is in Perl 6. A loop, straightforward, sort of straightforward. It's actually a double loop, but, well, it works. It's not that bad, but without comments, it's not very readable. We can use gather and take. This is also Perl 6. Also, it's shorter than the first one, but without comments, it's rather complex as well. Maybe easier to understand, but don't know. We can use a grammar. We have the top rule that matches the rule clause called char, with a plus after. That is one or more time. And the actual char class is just one character. And then we save that one and repeat it afterwards, 0 or many times. So what we get is one or many of the same character. Call it like that. And that is a match object. We have called what we're interested in char. So we have to use that as an index. That is a list, because we are using the same name to match several things. And then I use map on that, because what this gave us is a match object, and they are not meant for printing. So I stringify it and return the list of substrings. I think this is much more easier to understand than especially that one. If you don't know about gather and take, then you certainly will not understand this one. And the article describing this is out on my blog, so just check it out if you want to. I do recommend grammars if you can use them. They are extremely powerful.
Solution looks much cleaner, but my concern is how about the performance? Which one of the three you showed would perform better?
Yeah, I haven't checked the performance of this, but I suspect that the loop version is the fastest.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
But that is just my gut feeling, so unscientific. But that is probably going to change as Perl 6 matures and gets better. Because when you do this, you have very little code, so it's much easier for the compiler to work on it. The longer the program, as this or that one, it's much harder for the compiler to try to be smart. Right? Final words. This presentation is available online. There you have the link to Perl 6 introduction if you want that, and my blog page. Questions? Yeah?
I remember in one of your slides you mentioned that Perl 6 doesn't care about the line endings. So I have a question. For example, say I create a file in Windows. Of course that file will have Windows line ending. If I take that file, go to a Linux environment and open that file using Perl 6, add few lines, save it, and the end result, would that have a Linux line ending and Windows line ending? What would happen?
The line endings you get when you write a file is depending on the system you're running on.
So that means the last time after you did the operation in Linux, that file will have two line endings. Some of them will have Windows line ending. The one you added in Linux environment would have Linux line ending. Is that what you're saying?
If you add to a file, yes.
Okay. Yeah. And if I take that file and go to a Mac machine and add few lines, you'll have three different line endings in one file. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Inside, if you read the file in Perl 6, it doesn't make a difference.
No, what I'm saying when I'm adding new.
Basically, all line endings run as the same synthetic character internally.
Okay.
So this is.
You in fact, if you add lines, you would actually get a file with different line endings. If you add lines, you would actually get lines with different line endings. But if you only use it in Perl 6, then it shouldn't be a problem because it doesn't matter what line ending you get, even if it's mixed, because it will interpret any character return or a character return line feed or a line feed as a logical line ending internally.
One more thing I've noticed, not in this slide, but in general, my observation is every time I see a function defined in Perl 6, and if it consists of two words, you always put dash in between. I've never seen a function in Perl 6 with underscore, like in Perl 5. You normally see something underscore something as a method name, but I've never seen something like that in Perl 6. You always put dash. Is that by design or is just a personal choice?
It's personal choice for me because the almost all the built-in commands have it.
Okay.
Almost all, not everyone.
So there's no such restriction. I could still have.
It's also to show off. This is Perl 6 code, and you cannot do this in Perl 5. So
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any more questions? The sequences that were auto-detected, so it's really restricted to geometric and what was the other? So this 1, 2, 3, or these.
Yeah. If you do it like that.
So what was the other word? It's geometric and arithmetic sequence. So it's really just detecting if it's one of these two types.
Yeah, but you can specify a rule.
Ah, okay.
I haven't shown that, but you can do that.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So I noticed there was the ability to have more than one value to a variable, and also that we have true and false. If we have true and false as the value of a variable, does that trigger an exception whenever you try to evaluate that, like say with an if, because it's both true and false, something like that?
No.
Sweet.
Well, it should trigger an exception in your brain, perhaps, when you read the code afterwards, but yeah.
Any more?
No?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Worthington, and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I'll be giving a keynote there talking about Perl 6 concurrency and parallelism, exploring some of the technology that we have, how they are useful, and how I've been putting them into production systems so that we can take advantage of these exciting opportunities that Perl 6 gives.
Hi, my name is Julian and I work in the UK at Olio, where we make hiring software. My job is to train junior Perl developers, and in my talk in Riga I'm going to tell you how I find them.
I used to think of software as the struggle to write perfect code that will never break, and now I realize I have to write code that anticipates failure and breakage and being replaced.
Teams are self-contained, and in most cases it is upon the team itself that decides the direction they want to take.
We need to spend some time in doing team meetings to actually go through all the details of an idea, like what is the expected outcome and what is the problem we are solving.
I'm not restricted that, you just have to do this, you just have to do that. I can always come up with new ideas, and I'm given the leeway to go ahead with them.
You always can change your team or the project, and it's very easy.
You just talk to the team, say, hey, I really like the product you're working on, can I just join your team? And usually they will say yes.
Besides being tech savvy, you need to be, very good with people.
If you cannot deliver your idea or your message clearly, then it's going to be a little bit rough to you.
You really want to solve tasks and you want to make life better.
Openness to change, openness to listening, openness to learning.
The curiosity to dig one layer or two layers deep down in the stack, that would be the hacker spirit that I would like to see.
we have a lot of data, and we can easily use those data to actually influence something, actually do something.
There is no way that you do not grow from working on a project because you have full autonomy.
If you are interested in learning, then this is actually a very good environment for you to join.
I love what I do, I love where I work, I love the people I work with.
And also I like Amsterdam. Can I say that?
My name is Lee Johnson. I live in Switzerland and we are surrounded by mountains. And my talk is going to be called Moving Mountains with Perl. It's about using a very old camera with a Raspberry Pi to shoot photos of mountains. And I will be using a little bit of Perl too.
Hello, my name is Max Maischein. I'm from Frankfurt, and I'll be presenting about what I learned about SQL in 2018. My talk will cover window functions, a very powerful technique in SQL, and also common table expressions which allow you to structure your SQL in a very readable way. I hope you come to my talk and enjoy the conference.
Hello, my name is Thomas Klausner. I'm from Vienna and I'm going to talk about how you can deploy Perl applications using Docker, Kubernetes, GitLab and some other fancy cloud stuff. And all of those hoops you have to jump through to get your code into the cloud.
Hello, I'm Steffen Winkler. I'm from Erlangen Perlmongers, and the topic is about my module local text domain OO, and I explain in the first part how you can use it in your own project, and the second part is a little complicated, or how to handle translations automatically. And I hope you join my talk.
Community for me is about the well-being of everybody. It's a collaboration between different individuals that can contribute towards growing each other and to connect to a bigger mission, something that we can achieve together. Data science is about creating intelligent algorithms that can convert human-made decisions into decisions that machine can make for us. Data science is exciting for me because of the ability to discover patterns in the data, connecting the dots or solving some kind of puzzle. We have about 200 data scientists all across the world at Booking.com. We create our own internal meetups. We share ideas. Externally, I think we have the similar behavior. We share a lot of the knowledge that we gathered with the community. So in 2011, together with a bunch of friends, we just decided that we want to create some unofficial scientific event, so we decided to take it to the bar. The lectures focus on having fun around this thing. It's in way bigger volumes. We have an event almost every day, and I enjoy that other people can benefit from the initiative. As a team lead, your job to drive your team members to success. Your success is not only about what you do, your success about how you contribute to others.
Hi there, I'm Joop van Achterberg. I'm one of the speakers at Perlcon in Latvia, Riga from 7th to 9th of August. And I'll be speaking about CAPTCHAs, where they came from, why they're really a terrible idea, and what you can use instead. Hope to see you there.
Hello, I'm Chorobat from Prague. I work as a software engineer at Good Data, and I'm going to the Perl Conference to present a talk on a slightly controversial Perl 5 topic, threads. I'm going to show you how to use them safely, even with thread unsafe modules, and to present an alternative that you can find on CPAN. See you in Riga!
Hi, I'm Dave Cross. I'm the author of Data Munging with Perl, and I blog about Perl at perlhacks.com. I'm a senior Perl developer at FairFX here in London. The conference runs from the 7th to the 9th of August, but the day before that I'll be running a one-day training course on modern web development techniques using Perl. We'll be covering Perl tools like Dancer, Moose, DBIX class, but also more general web development tools like Bootstrap, jQuery and Moustache. I look forward to seeing you in Riga.
Hi, my name is Jesse Merillo. I'm going to talk about apocrypha stories about Perl 6 documentation. The thing is that the people who were doing Camellia was totally different to the people who was writing this. There was a kind of mismatch between one and the other. My talk in Perlcon, where I'm going to talk about is what we are doing now with the Perl 6 documentation system or framework or something. We want to do with it in the future and how to take it, to really be the 100-year documentation system for the 100-year language Perl 6. That's it.
Hi guys, this is Mohammed. Probably you know me by my pose ID, Manward. I'm going to give a talk at Perl Conference in Riga about tip and contributors, do's and don'ts. Please do come and join me. It's going to be lots of fun. I'm going to share my personal experience. Okay, see you there. Bye.
Hello, my name is Saif and I'm presenting at the Perl Conference at Riga this August. I work as an orthopedic surgeon, I teach tissue engineering, and I'm a hobby programmer. Until recently I've been a selfish programmer, coding for my own little projects. I would like to share with you one aspect of Perl programming that is often neglected, the graphical user interface. GUI programming in Perl can be challenging, but I will demonstrate the world's easiest GUI designer guide fate. You will create such an application and one of you will win a prize.
Hello, I am Alexander Kirchin and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am a software developer at Adumen, where I am making nice things with Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to briefly explain the ideas behind CRO, a framework for building reactive and distributed systems, and how I used it for implementing the LDAP protocol in Perl 6. We will look at implementation HUDs with fun parts, and the end-user interface with fun parts. See you this summer! Hello, I am Alexander Kiryukhin and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am working at Edument, where I am making nice things using Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to give an overview of a bunch of Perl 6 modules I made to support a subset of the ASN1 spec, from the parsing stage to compile type generation with the meta-object protocol, all using Perl 6, and how its unique features made it possible to be elegant about the task. So see you in Riga.
Without core infra, nothing would work. It's infra. That's what everything runs on.
A lot of people tell me like, oh, but you are like a website, like what you do there as a network engineer, like it's not exciting. I'm like, no.
We are now over 30,000 servers, and we operate all of those.
We own all the way down to the hardware, all the way up to the services.
It's a lot of infrastructure to maintain, to connect, to monitor.
As core infrastructure engineers, we need to think further down the line. So let's say, where will we be in 2 years from now or 5 years from now?
In core infra, we have different tracks, focus on different products. It's a little bit different from other companies because we mix the system engineers with developers in the same team.
Your team will likely be responsible for a few services, which means you really get a wider expertise across multiple things.
The product keeps evolving, the infra has to keep up, so that the product itself as a whole can be functional and be beneficial to everyone who intends to use it.
The most exciting part of my work at the moment is building an ecosystem around real-time data processing.
Container-based application deployments. Can I say that?
Our load balancer solution is built in-house, but we also use quite some open source tooling.
You are the one that continuously looking for new technologies.
Every day is like a new challenge to how we can escalate better, how we can do things in a more efficient and automated way.
People need very strong ownership because what we do is very business critical.
The ability to be calm in a lot of chaos.
The love of problem solving.
Open to diversity, open to skill sets. We have great technical challenges that are constantly changing because we are always growing.
We entrust in our developers a lot of responsibilities, and that then empowers them to take whatever problem they are solving to its logical conclusion.
If you want to actually help people experience the planet more,
if you really want to see like the purpose, like business impact, like this is your place to be.
Just do it.
Hi, my name is Arne Sommer. I have a master's degree in computer science and I've programmed in Perl since 1989. This 2-day course, Beginning Perl 6, is aimed at programmers that hasn't tried Perl 6, but at least hasn't tried very hard. See the webpage for the course for more information.
Hello, my name is Martin Becker. I am a developer of computer algebra software on CPAN and elsewhere. Some of my current projects involve modules with lots of pre-computed data. In my talk on Perlcon, I will show what I learned about how and where to store such data reliably within a distribution. I hope you enjoy the presentation and the content.
Just a second. So, welcome to day 3 of the Lightning Talks. I think we have 11 of them set up. We need to get done on time. The boat will be out front. They're going to be cranky if I run over, so we're going to get moving now.
Hello, everyone. So about me, my name is Fulvio Scapin. I'm a sysadmin and occasional developer from Italy. And as every sysadmin, I've got problems, and they have names. They are users. So, my problem, I manage email systems at work, and users like, for some reason, to give their credentials away. To scammers, we then use those credentials to send, I don't know, spam, phishing, in fact, emails to the system we manage, and that is not good. So we need to spot them, stop them, and possibly cleaning the system as soon as possible. Unfortunately, to do so, one should analyze information spread across many log files from many multiple sources or machines over time and detect anomalous behavior. And that's difficult because to do manually, especially in real time. So one would need, ideally, to correlate different information together using some custom heuristics and stitching together that data from many sources and then track it over time. But sometimes even that is not enough. You have to actually enrich it with some sort of additional information from outside, for instance, geolocalizing the source IP addresses. So we get to a missing piece, or rather a system which is able to correlate in real time different events coming in from different places and happening at different times, sometimes, if not often, all within a certain long or short time window of each other. And on top of that, a way to embed or interact with custom code to implement, let's say, some external logic additional for the decision making. And the answer, the missing piece is this, SEC, or rather Simple Event Correlator, a Perl 5 software. So, some small information. It's a software which has been around since the early 2000s. It's written in Perl 5 by a single developer, which is this guy from Estonia, which is not far from here, I guess, I gather. So, how does it work? Basically, it's a daemon which reads logs line from one or multiple file sources. Then those lines go through rules, which attempt to match patterns, which are usually substring or regex with captures, or even Perl subroutines, to those lines, and if matched, trigger actions. So, what about the correlation part? Okay, through rules, you can achieve correlation, which usually means detecting patterns and grouping together either single or multiple instances of the same events, or single or multiple instances of distinct events that can happen more than a certain number of times within a certain time windows. And when that happens, you can trigger actions as a consequence. Actions are usually of two different kinds, external or rather interaction with the system, so execution of system commands, sending data over the network, writing to files, etc., or some sort of internal operation. One is the generation of synthetic events, or rather events which you can generate starting from actual input events and then can go through themselves through the whole rule engine and then cascade through other events or other actions, etc., and so forth. Or, for instance, you can get Perl subroutine calls or evals, which can actually allow you to write your own custom Perl code, which you can instantiate a startup, for instance, and then use that to gather information from outside. As I said, for instance, to geolocalize some IP you can find in your data. And then you've got context manipulation. What are contexts? Contexts are memory objects, which are implemented as sort of stacks, which you can use to actually store data about events, which you can collect as you go along, reading files, reading logs from data. Those contexts have an adjustable lifetime, so when they expire, you can actually do something and trigger additional actions, and they can be accessed by your rules until they expire. So, as a conclusion, this software allows for a powerful system to actually implement as a framework real-time log correlation and perform reactions immediately in near real time to using external Perl code to augment its potential. This is a real-time situation. We actually use that to find anomalous behavior on distributed email systems from scammers in sending spams. And we actually use the rules complemented by an external Perl code to actually geolocalize those accesses and triggering remediation across remote systems. Finish, this is the website and the repos for the software. If you have additional questions, you can find me later. Thank you.
Here tomorrow and will want to play tourist. Who wants to be a tourist alone when you could be a tourist with others? So, when Andrew finishes his closing, and before we take off to the boat or wherever else you're going, just come up to the front of the room. We'll figure out who's here and what we might do together. And really, we need more ads today. Don't make it like the first day again.
Hello, I'm Choroba. I'm from Prague, and I work for GoData. Here are some contact. There's some contact information. I'll make the slides online later. So I'm going to talk about something called RGV or data, which is a small module on CPAN, and I'll start with some examples. So if any one of you has ever participated in a competition or those problem-solving sites, they usually look pretty similar to each other in this way. You have the problem defined at the beginning, and then you have the sample input data here. And it's similar here. Again, there's the sample data set. The same thing happened in advent of code. Again, there's the sample input. And this is Google Code Jam. They kind of mix input and output, but it's a table, so if you just select this, it works. What I usually do when I participate in these things is I open a new file which is populated by a boilerplate code like this, and I start adding the input data into a data part of the file, so I can easily run it several times and fix bugs. So I'll start with something like this. I'm solving the Rosalind bioinformatic task that I showed before. So I'll start with something like this. Hacky, and then I have something that looks like a solution. It works for the sample input. So I download the large data set, try to run it, but oops, it gives the same output as it gave for the training data, because I'm reading from the data section. So I have to remove the data from there, and it starts working again, but the answer gets rejected because I still have a small bug somewhere, so I have to fix it, and then I need to get back to the training data to make sure I didn't break it, and it doesn't work. So what I discovered was I put this line of code at the beginning, which kind of, it uses data if there's no input and no parameter. But I always forgot how to write it precisely because there is the negation and unless and something. So in the end, there is a module for that. And if you use it, the diamond operator will read from the input if it exists, and if it doesn't exist, it will read from the data section. It's on CPAN, it's in GitHub. Thank you, that's all.
Hello, I'm Alex Daniel, and I'm still a release manager for Rakuda Perl 6. So in Rakuda Perl 6, we have a couple of really cool tools, and one of which is bisectable, and all of the developers really love this, so I thought, why not talk about it? So the problem it attempts to solve is something like this. So let's say you have a ticket, which comes with this snippet. And as it turns out, previously we had something sensible as the output if you put this into a file. So basically it says that, hey, you have a redeclaration of I. Okay, fine. But the problem is that now we have something like this. And so the question is, when did this change? So a lot of you will probably say that, well, why not use git bisect, right? Yeah, and it makes sense, and Git will basically jump between the revisions, basically doing the binary search. And yeah, that works, but Rakuda build time is actually a bit less than 3 minutes currently. So yeah, you will have to wait for 3 minutes, then you have to test stuff, then you have to wait for 3 minutes again. So nobody should really spend time doing that. So instead you can use git bisect run, of course, and you pass the shell script to it, and then it will do everything automatically. And that's nice, but in Rakuda we actually have over 9,000 commits since the Christmas release. So that's roughly 13 steps. And as you can guess, 3 minutes by 13 is just too long. So in 2016, I wondered if anybody thought about building Rakuda for every single commit in the Git history. And long story short, I implemented it, and 3 days later, the bot joined the IRC channel. And today it works like this. So you just give it a piece of code that we saw earlier, and it figures out by itself which bisection strategy it should use. So in this case, it looks okay. You have the exit code is different, so we'll use that. And 10 seconds later, you get the result, and as well as the bisect log in case you actually want to see that. So back when this was implemented, the reaction on the IRC channel was like this, right? And a bit later, we started to realize that it actually affects the way we actually do the development of Rakuda itself. Because given the pace of Rakuda development today and the fact that we always get like new optimizations, this really helps us to make sure that the regressions are not appearing in actual releases. But that's not enough, because we have the ecosystem, and bisecting modules can be a bit difficult sometimes, so we actually implemented a tool that tests every module in the ecosystem. And the tools that figures out which modules are now broken is called Blin. And Blin will automatically bisect the Rakuda for modules that are affected, and the output looks like this. So you have a list of modules, and for every module you get the Rakuda commit that actually introduced the regression. And as a bonus, you actually get the dependency graph in case you want to look at that. And so if you are still thinking that if you have a large project that is actively maintained and you still have excuses for not implementing something like this, so there's a slide for you, but for everyone else, thank you for your time, and thanks for listening.
Why, you think? Was this guy upgraded to a suite? No, actually, my friend over there was the bastard. But I don't know if anyone noticed, but in the Perl sigil room, or the percent, sorry, the clock was actually a Perl brand clock. Slightly misspelled, but still, I mean, it makes sense, it's a wall clock. So, you know, good, great on you, Radisson. Thanks for the accommodation.
I haven't started. Because I don't know how to get HDMI sound. Well, if it's just sound. Anyway, who needs sound when you're recording something? Hi, I'm Julian. Lee spoke about the kits that we put together for the conferences to video things, and they're using them right now. But they're pretty big, and we're going to look at that. At the Munich Power Workshop this year, we didn't have a second camera, but we had 2 rooms, so we had to come up with a solution. This is one of the kits. When I had it in London, this is a pretty big and pretty heavy box. They're not fun to carry around. This is what it looked like in Munich, set up in the main room, and Lee is there doing something. You get the camera, you get the big computer. They've replaced some of them with laptops now, I believe. Well, not every event has these. Now, there are ways to get them. They can be shipped, but you don't always have them. And as I said, the box is really heavy. I at least usually carry a lot of phone stuff with me. Let's look at the things I carry around with me. That's all in my backpack all the time. So there are power banks. I'm not sponsored by Anker. I just think they make good products. So you should maybe get some. There are lots of cables, typically USB-C and micro USB. There is a spare phone I always have on me in case I drop the other one or it gets stolen again. Yeah, and I've got Bluetooth headsets, or one anyway. So, but there's something else. This thing. Now, what is that? It is called a fin, not this fin. Where's the fin? There is a fin here somewhere. Oh, no, not that fin. I meant the Shadowcat fin. Oh, he's upstairs. He's packing the camera. See? So this thing is a bike mount for smartphones that is really useful if you want to just get a rental bike somewhere in a city, for example, to play Ingress, but we can use it for something else. And we'll look at that. But yeah, if we want to use our phone to record a talk, the microphone in the phone is really bad. So you will get what's around the phone, but not the speaker up front here. But we can remedy that if we use the Bluetooth headset. That's why I'm wearing this headset, and most of you might not have noticed I'm wearing it, which is the point. So there's still the problem that the camera app on the phone doesn't know how to deal with Bluetooth as the input. Well, we can remedy that. There are camera apps that can actually do this, like this one, Cinema FV5 Lite. Unfortunately, it can only record 720p. So for full HD, you have to buy it. We didn't at the time because there was no payment data on my phone, on the spare phone. Oh, it's gone. Anyway, this is what it looks like when it's set up. Specifically, it's this bit. It's tiny, it's easy to set up. There's a power bank on it, and if you can stick a memory card in, it actually works quite well. And the good thing is it's not in the way for the people watching the talk. Let's do a live demo. First step of the live demo, and I know they always fail, but we'll see if there's sound. So this is Theo giving a talk using this. Oh, okay, it comes from here. I don't know how to get it in the HDMI.
It's okay. And luckily we have a module that says test most. And test most has a nice thing that's called test exception. Well, it's a separate module, but it is included. And test exception, what does it for you? Well, you have a...
Well, you get the point. It's actually quite good quality, but let's try another live demo. So I have actually recorded my talk just now with this. And I'm now carrying this to the front, and I don't know where I'm going to put it. I'll just hold it the whole time. I will upload the thing. Oh yeah, excellent. Now finally he's useful. So it's here. Let me just let's do like a camera sweep. Okay, this is working. There are people. Nice. Unfortunately, the phone is upside down. So before I will upload this to YouTube and post the link in the channel, I have to flip it. There's going to be a 5-minute video in the Telegram channel later. Thank you very much.
Okay, so first I just wanted to show you something really quick. I got an email yesterday. There is this here obfuscated piece of code, and this guy, David Flink, he emailed me that he ported this to WebPerl. So yeah, just wanted to show off one of the cool things you can do with WebPerl, because I constantly get asked, what am I using it in production and so on, and I don't really have a good answer. So this is my actual talk, Watching Trees Drink with WebPerl. So what are we doing? We're measuring what's called sap flow. And sap flow is basically how much water is flowing up and down the tree trunk. And why do we measure it? Because it's important for the water cycle. If we know how much rain falls, we want to know how much goes into the groundwater, how much goes into the plants, how much just evaporates, and so on. So how do we measure it? We have these sensors that go in the sapwood of the tree. That's the part of the tree that measures, that carries the water. And we drill 2 tiny holes in it that don't really hurt the tree, and we insert 2 little rods in it. Both of them measure temperature, and they actually measure the temperature difference between these 2 rods, and one of them is heated. And so if the water is flowing quickly, then these 2 will be at a similar temperature. If the water is flowing slowly, then the temperature difference between them will rise. It's a pretty simple idea, and it works pretty well. Then you do some calculations based on how big the tree is, and you can figure out approximately how much water the tree is taking up at which point in time. Now, we gathered the data into a data logger, we download it once in a while, and now we wanted to look at it. I actually got an email on Tuesday from one of our PhDs. She asked me, hey, can you plot this data for me? And so this is an actual thing that I've wanted to do for a while, and so because people have been bugging me so much to show an actual production use, I hacked this together really quick, so we are actually going to use this. So this is the interface, and the nice thing about this is I'm pulling together a whole bunch of different JavaScript APIs. So the first thing is this thing called Golden Layout, which provides this nice little tabbed interface. You can rearrange it however you like. So that's kind of neat. Then it provides this nice plotting library here. Not Golden Layout, that's plotly.js. That's a really nice JavaScript plotting library. I also pulled in a CSV parser called PapaParse. And you can build WebPerl with text CSV, but I didn't have the time to do that, so I'm using a JavaScript parser. So if I select one of our data files here, I load it in here, I get this really nice plot, and you can, because the JavaScript library provides all these nice functions, you can zoom, you can scroll over it and see. So here, for example, we have daily cycles that we see. So this is at 12 o'clock noon, where you see the temperature difference is relatively low, and here at midnight or so, the temperature difference gets high, which means at that point in time it is transporting less water, and during the day it's transporting more water, and we can estimate approximately how much. This is 2 trees. The blue and yellow are one tree, the green and red are another tree, and yeah, so this is a nice thing. You can play with your data here. You can download it as a PNG. And so this is, you get a lot of stuff for free just by including these existing libraries. So what does this whole thing look like in the code? It looks something like this. I have an HTML file where I basically just pull all the components together, a couple of style sheets, some of my own style, and then I pull in all the JavaScript libraries, Plotly, the plotting library, pop-up-parse, the CSV parser, I pull in jQuery, I pull in Golden Layout, WebPerl, of course, and then I pull in my Perl script here, script type text Perl, plotgui.pl. Now let's look at that. Oops. So at the top, I use WebPerl, I get the jQuery object, so I can operate with that. I set up my golden layout, so the tabbed layout. This is all operating on the JavaScript objects. I set that up. I set up my plot here. This is just the styling, what x-axis, y-axis, and so on. Set it up with some initial data. Now I have the Perl code to actually munge the data and to put it in the plot. So, rearrange the CSV file, give it decent column names, and so on. And then I have the file upload feature where where you can select a file, upload it into here, and have it parsed by JavaScript. And that makes this a really nice interface with just a little bit of code by pulling together libraries, and it's all stitched together using Perl. So that's my talk. Thank you very much.
All right, so hi, I've told you before that Perceptrix is hiring, and of course we're hiring, but I'm not here to talk to you about that today. I've just been thinking that at Perceptrix we use a lot of Perl 5, but I would really like to be using Perl 6, and how interesting that is. And because Perl 6, it has all this reactive programming, object-oriented functional programming, and we've called it whatever-oriented programming. And so the idea just hit me. This is my modest proposal, is we should rename Perl 6 to whatever. And if we call it whatever, then, then I can go to my boss and I go, well, what should I use for this? And he goes, well, just use whatever. And then I'm like, great, I can start using all these Chrome microservices and everything. And, okay, maybe it'll be hard to Google for the language, but whatever. Yeah, whatever works. Just do whatever works. And if you want to know what the greatest language in the world is, whatever.
Any more adverts? This is the first time I've had VGA fail this way.
All right, while we're waiting here. The last talk was on basic Perl 6, and one of the questions at the very end was how the range operator from 1 dot dot 1 comma 2 comma 3 1 comma 2 comma 4 comma 8 comma 16. That's great, but can I do things like the triangle operator, i.e. 1 2 i.e. 1 3 6 10 15 21 36, etc. Well, while I was waiting here, I wrote that, but I don't have my laptop here. I have it right here on my phone. And while we're waiting here, and with 1 second here, I'm sure Jeff can tell us that all the tests ran. Yeah. So all done here on palm of your hand in Perl 6. Thank you.
Cheers. I'm again. What is an object? Yeah, of course you know. Yeah, it started all many years ago when I did my own Perl 6 documentation, 2005 or 6. I read Damien's Object-Oriented Perl, and there was a quite interesting line at the start of the book. About object-oriented. I quoted only roughly because I don't have the book yet on my laptop, and then there are several different definitions of what object orientation is, and none of them agree with each other. So what are really objects. We already heard that, glorified structs. And every boring introduction tells you it's data with functionality, yada, yada, yada. Some people say, so we can have inheritance, but there are enough papers that inheritance is not good. There are people who say even multiple inheritance is a sin so deadly it can be only forgiven once in a life. And if even Björn Solstrup, who introduced into C++ a multiple inheritance, gives on the European Conference of Object-Oriented Programming in Prague, 2015, the talk Object Orientation Programming Without Inheritance, you know it's not popular anymore. Polymorphism, almost same thing, and you cannot have it without objects, so it can't be. Some would say it's for decoupling. Some even smarter people say it's about messaging. And when I asked Jonathan about, he told me, yeah, actually I heard it was more about late binding. And if Larry once said, yeah, in Perl 6 our object system for the types and stuff, so everything is in its place. It's just for ordering stuff. So what is it really? Just ask the guy who coined the term. He did a lot of important stuff, but you all know that already. He was in an answer mail he said in 2003, I mean you can read for yourself, so he mentions messaging of hiding a state and late binding. So of course Jonathan was right, and let's formulate that a little bit easier. I would say it's like independent cells, because I think the biologic metaphor gives us good service here. So it's like we are built, or our bodies are built of cells, and they have data in their core, DNA. They communicate with each other, either their methods, other chemicals or molecules, and they are in most, their ordering is the most efficient way to for the given task. And this tells you why MVOC is an anti-pattern, because we have all the logic, all the data in one place and a lot of communication. And that's the opposite of what I meant. I meant really independent cells who have the amount of data they need, so you can have the communication between low. Yeah, if you want to have a nice talk on YouTube, one explained that. He's a little ranty, but I think the talk in itself is good. And that's why it's also design pattern bullshit, or mostly, not only because, it's getting hot. Because of course they use inheritance, they even use classes when they should use interfaces, and it's overly complicated. I remember, what? I once, that for instance they have a big stuff about iterable when we just have a nice for loop in Perl 5, which is much easier. In Perl 6 also iterable is an interface, how it should be. Role, yeah. Just to hurry, there are even a big movement against OOP. I wouldn't go so far. You have to know how to do it. Finding the right architecture is hard, and that would be a talk of its own. But I think a modern way would be follow the function. There are guys who made the Chrome browser, which isn't the slowest software on earth, 6 times as fast. They rewritten it, followed a function, made much less objects, and it's also very fascinating talk. I will give it in a slide later. I didn't found it. So I would call them not objects, I would call them subjects, because they have life on their own. Of course, we wouldn't call it subject-oriented programming, SOP. I don't want to call you SOP or subject-oriented programmers or such, but if it's a nice metaphor. To see that every cell that is alive on its own will on its own, and I think that leads to a much better design. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jasper. Last year at the London Perl Workshop, I announced a new web service called Cpan Grunga, which is Cpan source code searching engine service. The main feature of it is it allows you to grab not only Perl 5 modules but also Perl 6 modules. So if you're looking for something interesting, then visit grab.cpanauthors.org. Enjoy. And by the way, Cpan services like this needs to pass distribution name for grouping. And usually it's easy because Cpan modules Cpan distribution are fairly well organized. And Cpan this name info has been the de facto standard Perl 5 modules for that purpose. However, it is not maintained for years, though it has a few issues, and it is not maintained by the two-chain gang too. So I've been using a patched version for Cpans, but I didn't want to repeat that for Cpan Grunga. So I was going to pin the gang, but I thought twice. Let's test it with backspan first. Then I did it, and I found something. For example, Cpan disk name info says this quite often, this kind of distribution are found quite often when you first start using this data. And Cpan disk name info says that name of this distribution is V. Or Cpan disk name info says the name of this DBX class inflated column S3 is DBX class inflated column, and its version is S3. Of course not. And a few more examples. Cpan disk name info says the name of this distribution is XMS motif set V, but of course not. Or config in reader encrypted 2 is config in reader and its version is encrypted 2. No. Or font FT2. Oh. So why this happens? Because Cpan disk name info looks for distribution name and version at the same time using regex. But it might be better to look for version first and then treat the rest as a name. So I wrote a module called pass disk name as a proof of concept instead of applying a breaking change to the existing code. So let's see. Now, VO.10 distribution's name is empty and version is VO10.10. And DBX class inflated column S3 name DBX class inflated column S3 and version is null. And same, this module fixed more than 200 cases. However, out of 300,000 backbound distributions, so it's kind of trivial. And most cases are ancient or accidental or often removed already. So I'm not sure it's really important, but at least every issue found is listed in this test. So if you are interested, look at it. However, it is not. It may not be perfect yet. This morning I found this case, and it looks better, but actually it was. So I released a new version this morning. And I've started this module for cPanth and cPanGurunga, and if everything goes well, I might be trying to ask Andreas or other people to use this. And if you want to use this, there are 2 caveats, so be careful. Thank you very much.
Hi. Hey, Matt, could you bring over the... there we go. Yes. So one thing that I wanted to, as a small announcement, so how many people here organized the conference before? Wow, that's actually impressive. I'm sorry. It is very hard work. It is very, very, very hard work. And one thing that we haven't done yet is say thank you for our organizers. And they deserve a thank you.
Hi. Today I want to show a little tool I did 2 weeks ago. As every good tool, I did it in 2 days because we need it. And well, I already talked about our architecture, and we have a bunch of workers, and we try to log everything to syslog. So that means that we have a bunch of logs, like many logs. And we group all together in, well, not in one in one journal D, but in groups of journal Ds. And sometimes we can't reproduce problems in developers' machines, so we need to go and check these logs. And this is how we used to do it. Okay, we have to grep through the logs and try to figure out how this works. Sorry. So 2 weeks ago we were hunting for a problem, and we were going on and off with the problem for a couple of days, and finally we find the problem, and we couldn't fix the problem quite fast, so we had to do some tricks. So we decided that probably we can use our bot to fix the problem when it appears, because it was a temporal problem. So, but we needed to give access to the bot to the logs, right? So how do you give the bot access, right? So, well, we were thinking, and as we are quite fan of Mojo, WebSocket was like the solution, right? So I wrote in a couple hours, probably less than that, a really small solution to expose the logs on a WebSocket. And it looked like something like that, right? Where you just open the string of logs, and well, you stream to WebSocket. And it's just this amount of code. It's not too much. And well, it did work. Like, first test was okay, so we did some tests also with Mojo, and it was streaming logs, so we decided to deploy and implement a plugin for our bot so we can make the bot to do some stuff when some logs appear. So we deployed that also, and we went to sleep. And the next morning, we arrived at the office, and the problem, what happened again, and the bot did nothing. So yeah, you know that situation, right? So we start looking, and finally, after a couple hours looking, we detected that the problem wasn't our code. The problem was, of course, systemd. You know? Of course. I don't know why. Someone knows why. I really want to know. But if you try to use this in syslog, in journald, at some point it stops. I don't know why. And we reproduce it several times in our boxes and also in the servers. It's really easy to reproduce, so good. So well, we throw a couple more lines of Perl to the problem, so we defined a timeout, which is much smaller in a real life situation. I think if we don't get a log in 1 second, we restart. And we restart, and well, then we have to monitor if the log is giving logs, and well, and if not, we will start it again, and well, and this works. So it was fixed, kind of, because I had to fix also some memory leaks and stuff, and some file handler leaks, but well, it worked. So with this, we solved our problem, and it was working. And then I was at home at the sofa and watching, well, I wasn't, but my daughter was watching a movie, and she got asleep. And I decided, what if I add an interface to it? So, well, I add a root to the application, and then in the same file of the Motion Issues Lite application, I wrote some, like, 100 lines of JavaScript, and then I decided I can also filter, and I have not much time, so I go to the demo. So this is what I got. So this is the log from my box. As I have not many logs, I cannot show, so I did a little script with the help of cpan. I can make some noise on my logs. So the nice thing of it, this is the logs of the application. So I can filter, and when I filter, let's say 20, okay, or let's say Dalek. How it works is it will use the same WebSocket to send to the server the filter, and it will be compiled as a regular expression. So the server will only send to the application the logs that match the regular expression. And it works quite good, and we are also using this to debug this thing. So if you like it, today, as I was going to give this lightning talk, I released it on GitHub, and please use it, break it, and if you break it, please send me patches. Thank you.
During our nice conference in Riga are right now also 2 other conferences on parsing. If you're interested, there will be also videos on the internet to watching that. When you go on my lightning talk in the schedule, there I inserted the link to the conferences page of some organizers, and there you have all the details of it. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Stefan, and I am a myth maker. So you think usually it's the other guys, but here I am, and I want to apologize to other communities. So do you know that I admire a lot of Haskell guys, or Haskell. So they show me extremely strong languages. I always think good of Audrey, who inspired me. But anyway, I just can't think their way. I just can't read their code, and I basically gave up. So the question is, would it help if they rename their language? And I don't think. I think they can live well without me. So there's another language, and I really apologize because it's a more serious case, because I really, to me, the code looks all the same. And I really seriously tried multiple times, and they also have a difficult history. So I always, when I try to enter it in this, someone told me it's a 2.7 way and use the version 3, and it's, there will be a future when it doesn't matter anymore. And I also can't stand there, there's only one true way, and but it's fine, I just walk along. So the question is, would it help if they rename their language? And I don't think so. It's me. So in Lisp, it's parents everywhere. So, and by the way, was it Lisp or was it Scheme or was it, I'm in Emacs, or was it Common Lisp player in Emacs Lisp or whatever. And this true thing, was it true or was it the hash true? Or, oh man. And I love the Emacs, but I'm not good enough, so I really fail. But what did help me? It was, yay! I just plug it up. So at least this time we can say it failed in the same way, right? I hate hardware. Maybe it's a lightning talk and we apply lightning.
That might work. See if it works.
No, nearly, but not quite. Wait a second. Wait a second. My mouse is broken.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled lightning talk with an advertisement. For speakers, lightning or otherwise, remember in the website where you're able to enter all your details, there's room for 3 URLs. Somebody just mentioned he put something in for one. For those of you who haven't done it yet, don't forget to do it. You have slides hiding somewhere. We now return you to your regular scheduled lightning talk.
So I love this Emacs thing, and what I did is I went out to Lisp hackers, and they didn't care for my name, they didn't care for their language name, they just helped me. So I think if they had renamed their language, I would still be lost in Emacs. So it's fine. So what I do love, and I still have a minute in my lightning talk, is I love Perl. I'm a Perl mongers. I organized Perl conferences. I am at a Perl conference, and on the left side you see Perl, and on the right side you see this fluffy plush mascot, which I also love, and I love both the way they are, and I can clearly separate them, and I love them the way they are. Thank you very much.
You've got to love hardware. Right, so we had our I think you turned the mic off. Yay, hardware. Any more adverts?
Thank you, sponsors.
Yes, thank you very much to all the sponsors. cPanel, Booking.com. There's a lot of you to list and I cannot remember you all. There's a poster. Eligo, Edumint, Critica, Perl Services, GeekUni, OpenSUSE, OP, Perl 6, the Perl Foundation, EPOS, Shadowcat Systems, YAPSI Europe Foundation, Validad, Perceptics, 123 Reg, MetaCPAN, what's the one next to it? I can't read it from here. Perl Shop, the Perl Shop, what's the one to the left? Perl Maven, Looney Labs, and Black Stories. Thank you. Pardon? And the big, I already mentioned at the beginning, but cPanel booking again. Thank you for all of you. Without you, we would not have been able to do this conference.
Thank you very much. Hi. This should be a lightning talk about the Perl community, as we are here and all over the world, and what, well, as an outsider, see TPF can do to improve. I am talking about that because over the last year I heard a lot of those rumors about the COC, and we have people are too loud in the community, and I don't know how to say, bug other people and make them to want to resign. And I also see that the TPF should have some conference patronage and deal with a COC violation better, maybe, don't know. And yeah, that's all rumors a bit in the last year. And I understand when the TPF says, oh, we don't want to have it public. But too private doesn't help anyone because no one knows after it. Then we have the word of mouth and hearsaying, and well, I think all members of the Perl community deserve a little bit more clear words on some decisions. So, I think the TPF should open up themselves a little bit and let Perl contributors participate. Everyone who uploaded a reasonable amount of Perl modules or contributions to Perl 5 Core, NQP, MoreVM, Perl 6, or gave several talks and maybe blame himself with that, I don't know, should be kind of be able to participate. So, TPF should probably invite those people to do. It's strongly advised in such a situation that those who are currently in TPF mentor those new invites to avoid chaos happen there and allow to grow the new members and so on. It's well proved in other US foundations I know and where I'm a member. They have, for example, annual board of directors election from all members from the community they have invited before. And important decisions are discussed in a private channel of the organization. So it's not public, but any member of the community can contribute, can participate, but doesn't have to. And all decisions which are made can be reviewed later to learn from them and behave correctly. Thank you.
Hello. I would like, basically, I was checking the feedback regarding the naming discussion during the day, and most of the feedback we got so far is generally very civil, very mature, and in general just appropriate. So it's very nice to be part of this nice community, and I would like to everyone to give a round of applause just for ourselves and for the community.
So, hello. Before the proper lightning talk starts, two self-adverts. One for the Perlcon wiki. So, you know, we are trying to get more people involved in the organization of the Perl conferences. So we have this wiki where we figure out what we want to do. So maybe you want to read it, join it, and amend it. And also there's this venue mailing list, which was used to be run by the venue, by the Perl YAPS Euro Foundation. It's open by now, so if you want to, be involved in organizing conferences and stuff, subscribe in here, participate in the discussion. So, but now to my regularly scheduled lightning talk. So yesterday it was suggested we should, redo all lightning talks. So I gave this one in 2008 at the Dutch Perl workshop in Arnhem. This is a slightly improved version about something called Acme return value. So yeah, have you seen this error maybe? Some module did not return a true value. You get it when you forget to add a true value as the last statement of your Perl 5 package. I guess Perl 6 has improved this. I don't know. So you add this 1 at the end and then everything works. So, but returning 1, of course, is so boring. A lot of things are true statements, like 42. Or not 42, still a true statement. Or false, also a true statement. So, and of course, you can also end your packages with stuff like that. That's fun, and I was asking myself back then, so what kind of interesting return values are actually out there? So I wrote Acme return value, which is it's using PPI, which is a Perl parser written in Perl. So yes, that's possible. Back then it was like a new thing. Now a lot of tools use it. It's a little bit slow, but yeah, it works. So now I'm forwarding to now. So this is changed for this lightning talk. So yesterday I finally ran this script again over the whole of CPAN. So I downloaded a mini CPAN on my laptop. I started it after the lightning talks yesterday. It finished sometimes during the tennis dinner. And what was nice, so the code just worked after collecting dust since my last change in 2013. So thanks a lot to P5P for keeping Perl stable while still adding nice new features. Woohoo! And yeah, you can view the results over there. Or we can do a live demo, because I'm not that crazy. So this is the web page that's generated from these results. You have some cool values and some cool distributions. If you take a look at the cool return values, you see like the count of some of the return values and how many they used. I guess the first one is a bug, I'm not sure. Yeah, but so you see people are using a lot of stuff. You have political statements, whatever. You have a lot of true value guesses, false, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so that's like a big list of stuff you can go through. Then you can show all of the packages that use 42 as a return value, for example. They are now linked to search. I didn't update it here. They should be linked to metacpan.org. We have to update that. There's also a list of cool distributions where you can have the same information just split out per distribution. Yeah, it's just some nice and crazy stuff. You have something like that. So you can, continue that thing. Yeah, browse through it, have some fun. Maybe add some fun return values to your modules or don't, I don't care. But so what I really think this thing shows is that the Perl community is a little bit crazy and a little bit fun and cool and nice and not just boring, which is why I love this community and really like participating in it. And so yeah, keep the crazy going and see you next year. Thank you.
It's not broken. So how many of us should put high Acme return value at the end of our modules?
Sorry? Yeah.
So that's the end of the lightning talks, part 3. Oh. Remember, today's lightning speaker is tomorrow's keynoter, and your first hit is free. You've seen them done now. We expect one out of you next year here or at a Perl workshop closer to home. And now it is time to finish.
Guys, if you can check if there will be sound. So yeah, nevertheless, it's the end of day 3 and the end of this year's conference, Perl Conference. I don't know, I have no idea what's the name of this conference for the next year, because yeah, we already had 3 names, and the language is Perl, Perl 5, Perl 6, Camellia, whatever. Yeah, so I don't know. Thank you, Hauke. That was really a great idea. So you see, there were more than 70, as you can see. Actually, it's not everything. A lot of postcards to Larry and to Gloria. So yeah, if somebody wants to add to this pile, yeah, please don't forget to do that before we finish. Another thing, it's not for discussion like now. You can discuss it afterwards. So please don't shout from the seats. It was a really difficult conference, so I would like to thank all the speakers, because they, as I said this morning, they really follow the schedules as they should do it without any enforcement from the organizer side. So thank you very much, the speakers, for content and for keeping the schedule. If you can applaud for them. The video recordings will be on our YouTube channel, well, after some time. Yeah, well, I will not promise the exact date, but I hope quite soon. Yeah. And the speakers, if you have your slides ready, please upload it whenever you want and wherever you want, and leave the link in the talk. There's the edit my talk button at the end of each talk, and you can add a link. So this conference was the most difficult conference that I organized. I organized 3 YAPC Europe, like 5 to 10 YAPC Russias, and about 25 other events, smaller. This one was really difficult, and the thing, a few of you approached me yesterday saying why you don't want to continue. Actually, the reason was not that we were not chosen as the next venue. That's kind of okay. But the reason was really that during the preparation I was harassed, depending on how you want to pronounce that, by the LGBTQ plus community. And unfortunately, it continued here in the conference twice. So I don't want that to repeat against me. And I ask you not to repeat these mistakes when you talk to other people. If you want to claim you are equal, don't treat other people unequal. That's really important thing. I won't really ask you, I don't know why I have to do that. It's just some human basic things. And unfortunately, you don't really, believe me, you don't want to see my inbox. Really. Yeah. And if somebody wants to boycott the conference, it's better to use this force to promote the conference, promote the Perl programming languages. So it's really people do not want to go to the conference, but they are really aggressive when they want to call for boycott. So that's the bad part. Another item is that I would really ask you to think about what happens to Will Braswell. He actually lost some income, which is not good, and the problem is not solved. So if you want to make something good for the person who belongs to the community, yeah, think about what you can do and how to prevent these things in the future. So that's it. So if we have sound, do we?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So nevertheless, the river cruise, it will be departing. The boat will be departing at 7 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. At 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, and the place where you have to be. Is if you go outside of the hotel, there will be a huge Latvian flag. Have you seen it? Yeah, so that's the place where the ship will come to. You have to be there by around 7 o'clock. Maybe the ship will be a bit late, like 5-10 minutes, but please be there at 7 o'clock. Take your tickets. It will be changed for a ticket for a drink. Well, 2 drinks. You can buy. You can use those tickets to take 2 drinks, which cost less than $3.50. All the rest you can just buy for your own money. There will be some snacks,
But if you want to really have some food, do it before the the boat. Take your warm clothes because it's water. It's evening. It might be really quite chilly. You can unfortunately you cannot buy any hoodie because but you can buy 2 t-shirts. We still have some big sizes yet. And if I forgot something, maybe yes, maybe no. As I said, I will not organize any conference, an Perl conference from this moment. I will not appear in Amsterdam at the conference, but I will still enjoy the river cruise, and I love all of you. I would love to meet as often as possible. So this is the end of the conference, and so you will see who you have to thank. You have to thank the video team, the speakers, and a few other people. So enjoy the rest of the evening. See you.